Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possess All for One Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Japan as a country was in an interesting state nowadays, Nedzu has to admit. Almost too interesting, and that's the chaos rodent who was thinking that. It meant a lot. It's not because of his schemes, even. He might have a grudge, maybe it might be just boredom, towards a lot of people, but there are also two legs that he grew somewhat attached to. So, it's not like the generally chaotic state of affairs in the country is his fault, for once. No, he blames all for one. The boogeyman of Japan and its government, and an unfortunate roadblock to Nedzu's great plans that might or not exist and might or might not include becoming a minister of education in order to shape the future generations of two legs to his fancy. The rodent, technically a rat-stoat otter hybrid, but that one's a secret to others, let them try to figure it out themselves, knew that All for One was thriving on division and chaos, the two things that Nedzu disliked. Worst of all, he knew that All for One was the power behind the creature rejection clan. That made things personal to Nedzu. He desires to commit an unpleasantness upon All for One. The last time he did such a thing it was about the head researcher of a certain project that secretly attempted to clone Nedzu for some nefarious purposes. They still didn't find all of the body parts. But then All for One vanished. He was clearly not doing well in the war against Nedzu ever since All Might returned from America, and then, out of nowhere, he vanished. With a few square kilometers of cityscape, but that's mostly beside the point. Nobody knew what happened to him, but it was rather clear that he died. All Might was beside himself in anger. All for One's empire mostly collapsed on its own, with several pretenders to the throne battling it out. Things were hardly calm. In fact, if anything, there were somehow more villains than before. They never realized how many powerful villains All for One robbed of their quirks once he deemed them unsuitable for his long-term plans. But without All for One to guide them, the villains spent most of the time battling it out between each other. So Nedzu is free to focus on his teaching career, which totally isn't a part of his long-term plan to take over the society. Also screw you HPSC president for figuring it out and trying to stop it in favor of taking over the society yourself, and on drinking tea. He is doing that in his office, thinking about the All Might's offer to become a teacher. The man has to do something with himself now that his arch-nemesis vanished on him. When the time comes, he has a meeting scheduled with some journalist. It's nothing important really, but sometimes the rat has to do the things that rat has to do. So he puts down the cup of tea on his desk and waits patiently until his secretary lets Mr. Mikumo inside. "Welcome to my humble office, Mr. Miku," Nedzu says while the door closes behind his guest. That's when the visitor suddenly deactivates some sort of identity-concealing quirk. All for One. It's All for One. In flesh. Tall, wearing an exquisite suit, really, where is he getting those? White hair. Look of denigration and slight anger on his face. Somehow, just somehow he has managed to fool all the censors, all the security measures that changed UA into a fortress. Oh. Nedzu comments while picking the cup up. He can't let the tea get wasted like that, now can he? So this is how I die. He adds after the cup is empty. All for One has remained silent all this time, though he did move over to the seat on the other side of Nedzu's desk. Tempting. All for One replies calmly. But I have to refuse. I'm here to deliver my demands. And some explanations. Oh dear, Nedzu decides. So he might actually survive the day? He pushes the panic button again, calling the silent alarm off. Eraserhead was his best bet on survival, but perhaps it's best not to aggravate the situation into an all-out brawl? Nedzu really isn't a tough specimen. I assume that the explanations are about your disappearance? Nedzu replies with a question, and pours some tea for his guest. It's naturally poisoned. But All for One uses some sort of antidote quirk on it and then calmly sips it. There goes another anti-All for One plan. He has a quirk to render poisons inert. Nedzu just lost a bet with Sir Night-Eye. Mirai Sasaki suspected that he had that quirk, Not just the poison resistance and poison detection ones like Nedzu thought. I have 2 centuries of experience in making people disappear. All for One replies. I can make myself disappear as well. Also, your taste in tea is significantly better than your taste in coworkers. I see. Nedzu nods calmly. Time for Plan C. Thank you for your compliment. I've also deactivated the bomb in my chair with a technopathic quirk. All for One adds equally calmly. Plan D it is. I've come to your office at least partially to announce that I retired as a villain. I'm even paying taxes nowadays. Can you believe that? Hardly. Nedzu replies. He still has the other bombs left, but that's going to destroy the entire room. Okay, building if he detonates all of it at once. Rat enjoys going plus ultra on things from time to time. He had it tied to his heartbeat. It's not like he ever leaves the UA grounds. But what if All for One is here for his quirk? What, hypothetically, changed your mind about your career? My wife didn't like the way I earned my money. All for One replies, and Nedzu finds himself staring at the man in front of him in abject shock. So, naturally, I had to change a few things. Fake my own death, retire to a countryside cottage with her, start earning money legally, and so on. He sips the tea a bit, before continuing. I am hearing that recon drone making his way here through the vents. Could you please call it off? The buzzing of its engine is irritating. Nedzu pushes one of the many almost invisible buttons around his desk. Power loader is remotely told to stand down. Just in case, Nedzu does the same with Eraserhead's attempt to go after the drone. Good. All for One clearly heard that as well. The point is, it turns out that my eldest son inherited my brother's dumbass genes. Honestly, if Yoichi wasn't dead for more than 2 centuries, I'd make a paternity test. He sighs. I did my best to teach Izuku how to become a perfect heir to my currently leaderless empire. But I failed. I've done all I could to help him, but he still wants to be a hero. Like All Might. The laser, Nedzu really likes old spy movies, almost slices All for One apart vertically, but some sort of light refraction quirk. He expected this, how peculiar, bounces it back through the window. There is now a hole in it. Before we continue with the subject, I would like to inform you that I have a vibration detecting and pattern deciphering quirk. All for One suddenly says, I know that you're using the rhythmic taps of your tail to send messages through the vibration detectors in the floor in order to secretly arrange for several heroes to be called to our location. They aren't coming. What? Nedzu blinks at him. Why? Because I also have a vibration-altering quirk. All for One states dryly. I altered the vibrations you've sent. Your secretary just received an order from you to invest a significant part of your money into an attempt to put the old Morbius film back into the cinemas while stating it to be an ancient superhero movie and your personal favorite. Silence in the office. Nedzu stares in All for One over the table. Look, I can understand killing me or stealing my quirk and making me spend the rest of my life as thoughtless animal. Nedzu says coldly. But this? What have I done to you to deserve that? Nothing, it was a joke. All for One replies dryly. Nedzu breathes a sigh of relief. But I did have her send details and evidence on one of your secret long-term international psyops that you run when you're bored, to me. Just for some additional blackmail. Oh, which one? Nedzu asks curiously. The one where you're attempting to pose as an internet hacker and an SSS-rank villain in Poland known as Sarzer Kroll. All for One says in perfect polish, is that another quirk or just a lot of tongue-twisting exercises? So, a rat king, while attempting to manipulate the country's legislative into banning cheese. Thus far unsuccessfully. Why are you even doing that, by the way? He actually looks genuinely curious about it. Who would have thought? Oh, it's just a field test of my nationwide psychological manipulations techniques. Nedzu replies cheerfully. Once I establish what works or what doesn't, I'm going to move over to a final exam of sorts. Namely, an actual psyops that's supposed to lead to wine being banned in France. All for One stares at him for a solid 10 seconds in total silence before answering. And I'm the bad guy? He says, glaring at Nedzu, who refuses to take that face down. I vaguely remember you being a member of the National Diet under a false name while it voted for the establishment of the Hero Commission. Nedzu replies. You voted yes. All for one shivers in his seat. Okay, that one's on me. We're both bad guys, fine. He admits. Also, did you stop trying to kill me? That's almost uncharacteristic of you. No, it's just, the only option I have left are the sharks under the floor. Nedzu replies honestly. But I'm sure you've heard them already, and it just feels like a waste of time. They did take care of those 2 assassins you sent after me 5 years ago. You know, the ones that pretended to be Jehovah's Witnesses here to evangelize. All for one says slowly. Didn't send them. Silence in the room. Well, that's awkward. Nedzu admits. But they wouldn't die if your existence didn't make me slightly paranoid, so it's still your fault. That's slander and you know it. All for one groans. What else are you going to accuse me of? Explosion in Aichi 17 years ago that led to almost 50 heroes dying? The death of the Commissioner General 12 years ago? That brief civil war in Hokkaido 7 years ago, the one that started due to a failed military coup that only held ground on that island? But you were behind all of those events. Nedzu stares at him with a slight expression of shock on his face. Oh, of course I was behind them. All for one shrugs. But you have no evidence, so it's just slander. What about the fact that you just admitted to being responsible for them? Nedzu asks. I have cameras and all for one gestures at his computer. Nedzu checks the recording of the talk. There is no all for one on the camera. Merely Nedzu, with Mr. Principal busy snorting what looked like cane off his desk. Seriously? He asks all for one incredulously. That's the best idea that came to your mind? Look, I could add a student or 2 doing a striptease before you to spice the recording up. All for one replies dryly. However, I'm not evil enough for that. I might have spent most of my life murdering people and plotting the end of the society as I know it, but I have to draw a line somewhere. And you draw a line on air, remotely pornographic content in your blackmail. Nedzu blinks at him. Yes, pornography is evil. All for one replies dryly. Nedzu has no idea if he is falling for a joke or not. Look, can we get back to the subject? I don't have the whole day. Nedzu nods. It's not like it was exactly a question, just a statement pretending to be one. So, all for one then speaks. As I said, my son decided to become a hero. That seems to be. Don't mention my brother and any version of seem to be running in your family, or I'm going to change this shithole you call school into an even bigger hole and a radioactive one at that. All for one cuts in. Nedzu swallows his words. Where was I right, my son? Well, I decided to be smart about this for a change. Prove that I learned from my mistakes. You let him become a hero? Nedzu asks cautiously. You of course not. All for one looks horrified by the concept. He then takes a metaphorical step back. Well, to be honest, it just wasn't my first pick. Instead I decided to let him interact with normal people his age, hoping that their positive influence would make him reconsider his heroic obsession. So, I let him interact with his peers, heirs and children of the supervillains from this country, be it terrorists, murderers, or criminal kingpins, and a choice selection of prospective young villains groomed in my various enterprises throughout the country. Nedzu really questions all for one's definition of normal people. In the meantime, however, he has to answer a question. Wait, you're grooming children to serve you? Nedzu asks, looking at the man with shock and maybe slight disgust. All for one clears his throat and spreads his hands around. Touché. I assume something went wrong. Now they all want to be heroes. All for one replies. Nedzu is happy that he had no tea in his hands at that particular moment or he would most certainly spill it. I could, of course, confront their parents and tell them about what happened in order for them to start trying to unfuck the situation and somehow fix that mess before the entire future generation of supervillains starts attending hero schools. But that would require me admitting that I made a mistake in front of them, and we both know that it's not an option, right? Oh, absolutely. Nedzu agrees with him. It's one thing to admit that you effed up to someone that's practically your intellectual equal and your own underling. It's a matter of personal image, after all. So what did you decide to do? He stops trying to use his quirk to calculate the perfect way of detonating the bombs placed around his office in order to injure all for one but let Nedzu survive with minimal wounds and ability to dive into the nearest vent. The talk starts being actually interesting. Well, my plan, namely attacking Might Tower, slaughtering All Might and his lackeys, then obliterating you, HVSC, and finally the government in order to make sure that there was no functional hero school ready to take them in due to the country descending into the state of Hobbesian wilderness was, regretfully, vetoed by my wife. All for one replies. Nedzu immediately decides that his wife was now one of his favorite two legs and he'd absolutely die for her. Apparently, this will make my son angry at me instead of making him think that I'm cool and that heroes are dumb. And I don't want to start another inter-family feud. The last one is enough of a problem for me. That's perfectly logical, yes. Nedzu nods. And your plan B resulted in you showing up here? Yes, I decided to deal with the source of the problem. All for one replies. He made All Might. All Might became my son's idol, and thus is a source of the problem. So UA is going to fix the problem. It's a bit of an insane troll logic, Nedzu decides. Then again, people are calling his thought process with those words every other day. He got used to it. How exactly? Nedzu asks. You aren't here for some now pay with your life deal, right? Regretfully, no. All for one replies. Ding, now your words made me go on a nostalgia trip. I miss the times before my retirement, sometimes. Typically when my wife isn't around. She makes it all worth it. She must be a fascinating woman. Nedzu replies. She stole my heart during our first meeting. All for one replies. His face is almost dreamy. It's one expression that Nedzu never expected to see on that man's face. Nedzu, as an animal, has no first-person experience with the human concept of love, and only passable contact with concepts of common decency and empathy, so it's not like he can say anything substantial about it instead of platitudes. Sounds romantic. Nedzu replies. No, I meant it literally. All for one clarifies. She freaked out when I showed up out of nowhere and accidentally tore my heart out with her telekinesis quirk. Nedzu stares at him in shock. Then, when my regeneration quirk kicked in and resurrected me, she made me apologize for scaring her. How could I not fall in love with her at that very moment? Nedzu might be alien to the concept of love, but the concept of existential dread seems to be known to him. Almost intimately, especially right now. He also notes, might consider carousal to be the highest form of arousal in his mental psychological profile of All for one. Immediately followed by, that or he enjoys women that don't cower in front of him. The words, All for one might be a bottom, just refuse to be formed, even in his mind. He isn't sure if it will be ever useful to him, but hey, knowledge is power. Anyways, All for one decides to return to the subject. You are going to create a villain rehabilitation course with a curriculum and the end result of it de facto identical to the hero course. Then you are going to enroll my children and all of their friends in it. And if I refuse? Nedzu replies. The aura of intimidation that he gets in return almost makes him drop his cup. Let me be honest with you, Nedzu. All for one replies with a mocking calmness on his face. He leans forward a bit, and Nedzu feels like the pressure of his presence alone is pushing him deeper into his seat. You, All Might, and the rest of your little menagerie exist because I want it that way. Ruling the world of villainy and breaking the past holders of one for all was an entertainment to me. There's a reason why I never make that line die out. I've been holding myself back this whole time. These 2 centuries, in fact, what you took as waging a war against me was more like a bunch of toddlers trying to wrestle with their father. You do not want me to take my gloves off. Oh. Nedzu might be intimidated, but he is intelligent enough to restrain that. He needs information. You looked pretty hard-pressed during your last bout with All Might. How exactly can you become much stronger than that? Nedzu was certain that it was All for one's full power. My brother's quirk-transferring quirk wasn't the only quirk-altering quirk out there. All for One calmly replies. I've spent 2 centuries gathering quirks, allowing me to empower other quirks. Change their properties. What do you think will happen if I, purely hypothetically, steal Endeavor's quirk tomorrow and enhance it with 20 quirk-strengthening quirks while doing the same thing with some fire resistance quirk? I should squeeze a 10-fold increase in firepower, I believe, while still being able to put up 13 more quirks at once. Nedzu can feel blood leaving his face. Well, he doesn't. His body is a bit different than the one of humans, but he believes that this is how he would react if he was a human. I'm, in the end, an avid collector of quirks. All for One continues. I enjoy collecting them, altering them in a way. It feels like desecrating a masterpiece painting by scrabbling over it with crayons. But if you make me unretire myself, I'll make an exception for you, your school, All Might, and probably half of Tokyo. His eyes narrow. Did I make myself clear? Crystal clear. Nedzu nods. This is a completely new threat. He has to bide his time to figure out countermeasures for it. And, perhaps, find a confirmation of All for One's words. So, how many students are we talking about? 30 in total. All for One replies, and Nedzu almost spits his tea. Some are rather troublesome, so I believe that 3 classes with 10 students each would make sense, especially as I happen to have found 3 perfect homeroom teachers that the UA will greatly benefit from hiring. You want me to hire villains? Nedzu needs to ask because of the sheer audacity. Then again, it's not like he has much of a space to wiggle in, right? All for One stares at him for a solid 10 seconds. Do you want me to see? He then says. Nedzu quickly sweeps in. Don't bother. The rat shakes his head. Hiring villains is absolutely understandable, and I see absolutely no problems with that arrangement. Good. All for One seems vaguely pleased. Naturally, you are going to make sure that your school is going to become even more of an impenetrable fortress, as we can expect the parents in question to be set off beyond compare. Sounds fabulous. Nedzu replies dryly. Well, judging from the amount of security in your own office, you're on the right path already. All for One replies equally dryly. Just put the same effort in protecting your students as you do in protecting yourself, and things will be absolutely all right. Also, you're going to start a civil war. What? Nedzu blinks at him. At least a few years too early for that. I still don't have enough. All for One stares him down. Elaborate on the civil war, please. He must have misunderstood something. I expect the HPSC to be a bunch of absolute obstructive buffoons about it. All for One replies. Like the legal and human equivalent of a tribe of constipated chimpanzees. That's a harmful comparison. Nedzu replied calmly. For the chimpanzees. Finally, we see eye to eye on something without the threat of me destroying Tokyo over the disagreement. All for One replies, sounding almost cheerful about it. We can't exactly make the public universally recognize and respect children of current supervillains, especially not when the HPSC will be trying to ruin the initiative. So, Nedzu leans forward. We're going to destroy the HPSC together, and that's what the civil war means. Don't tempt me, you furry succubus, I'm retired. All for One cuts back. Besides, my wife said something about me sleeping on the couch until I die of old age if I overthrow a government, and she knows about me being immortal, so, yeah, not worth it. Shame. Nedzu sighs. Another great man restrained by a woman he loved. Can I at least suggest which part of Tokyo you should destroy first if you decide to unretire yourself? You don't have to. Of course I'll start from the HPSC headquarters. All for One rolls his eyes around. You'll get to see it burn before I get to destroy you with your school and perform a very awkward victory dance over your grave. I knew that there was something good in your heart, All for One. Nedzu replies with a smile. All for One shivers slightly. Now you're just being mean. All for One replies, sounding vaguely displeased about it. Back to the civil war I mentioned. As I said, we can't make the public love the villain rehab course students. But we can make it fear them. You, Nedzu says, his smile so wide that it made his teeth visible. Had me at the make the public fear them part, not gonna lie. Of course I did. All for One smiles. We're going to use my vast collection of quirks and money to launch a massive, hyper-realistic wargame between the Villain Rehab course and the Hero course, in order to establish the existential dread in the hearts of the citizens of this country. In order to make them all realize that they can either have those kids as heroes or villains. And they don't want them as villains. Oh, that sounds absolutely delightful. Nedzu immediately establishes his own improvements onto the plan, such as inviting other hero schools, maybe even pro-heroes if the villains will be sufficiently unstoppable. Something to make the world realize that it's not that the UA hero trainees are weak, it's the villain students that are terrifying, and they, after all, were going to be the UA villain students. The teachers you mentioned? Supervillains that seem to be, for reasons beyond my understanding, holding heroics in high regard. All for One replies. Namely, Mr. Compress, Hero Killer Stain, and, well, the third is going to be a surprise, especially for some of your present faculty members. He smiles faintly. Naturally, I made them create fake personalities for themselves, including pro-hero licenses and teaching licenses. That's surprisingly thoughtful. Nedzu nods. He can only wonder how long all of that was being prepared. So, 3 classes, 10 kids each, yes? He's already calculating where to put their board houses on the school grounds. And, well, how to break the news to All Might. It's going to be an adventure. Yes. All for One replies. And one of my children as class president of each of the classes. Putting 2 of them in one class would just be unfair. He doesn't specify to whom. Probably the world, as Nedzu realizes a bit later. That sounds doable. Nedzu nods. He doesn't add, and also a slightly better alternative to All for One changing Tokyo into a crater, because honestly, destroying that megalopolis might be a relief to the environment in Japan, and hey, he's an animal, he likes the environment. What about you? Naturally, I'll be there the whole time to oversee the initiative and make sure you don't corrupt my children, or vice versa. All for One replies, grinning at Nedzu wryly. As the UA's new vice principal. Oh dear, All Might is going to be set off, isn't he? When Nedzu calls him, All Might is busy finishing the paperwork about his latest heroic intervention, in the depths, or, well, heights, of the Might Tower. He had quite a few documents to fill following the slightly chaotic clusterfuck that the event turned into. Something that he's legally obligated to do. Oh, not like the symbol of peace would be bothered over the missing paperwork, it's just that a person like him really has to set up an example for the lesser heroes to follow. What a shame ISCK at paperwork. All Might says to himself, while the last of the documents he was supposed to fill flies out of the window in the form of a paper plane. Alright, my work here is done. What should I do, N? He doesn't even have the time to consider what superhero classic should he watch, or maybe some grimdark spy film with torture scenes, because imagining All for One's face on those poor sods truly grinds his gears, when, as stated, Nedzu calls him, interrupting his pleasant thoughts of brutal murder. Bad timing, that's for sure. It's about an emergency meeting. Online, through the super secure line. Yagi Toshinori has the time to prepare, which, in his case, includes sending someone to pick up an extra large burger from the nearest McDonald's and telling Mirai Sasaki to show up in his office. His sidekick takes the chair next to him in front of the large screen. As the meeting starts, Yagi realizes that something's not right, because he can see Gran Torino in his hero agency and Detective Tsukachi at his house. Somehow it looks more like a hero agency than what Gran Torino has as his visible surroundings. Add Nedzu, who is attending from his office, and that's basically the full anti-All for One task force. That's going to be something ugly, isn't it? Okay, folks. Daigoro announces in the depths of One for All. Pay up, we all know what that means. Mr. I cover my Urktal DSF and Cetian with acts of random murder is back in the game, and me and the landlord just won the bet. Muscular? And asks, staring at his fellow ghost questioningly. Yoichi clearly figured it out, judging from the murderous glare he was emitting at the screen in front of him. The fact that he was, again, sitting on Nana's lap and she just braided his hair really detracted from the terror factor. Honestly, Daigoro was vaguely uncomfortable with their degree of whatever the F was happening over there. He just doesn't want to know, to be honest. No, the other murderous small D guy. Instead of touching that can of worms, Daigoro replied calmly, albeit with faint exasperation visible on his face. Dabi? And asks again, still not getting it or being very good at pretending. Daigoro groans. Shinomori is as unreadable as ever, even if in Banjo's opinion it's less a poker face and more looking like he was constantly constipated for the whole 70 years since his death. You know what, we'll hear it for ourselves in a moment, so let's just keep watching. The Black Whip hero then says. What happened, Nedzu? Sir Night Eye asks first. He, like always, prefers to go for the throat. Preferably with some side jokes. The fact that there are no jokes involved suggests that he knows what it might be about. All for one is alive. Nedzu replies from his office, accentuating his message by sipping tea from a cup. It's his favorite one, the one covered with the names of people that offended him during his life. Frankly, you'd need a microscope to read the details from it. All Might is temporarily too busy with a surge of conflicted happiness over the fact that yes, All for One will kill a lot of people, but he might actually get to murder him. That's a big yay in the #1 hero book. Daigoro Banjo groans when he hears the choir of shocked gasps from everyone in the room aside from himself and Yoichi Shigaraki. Because Yoichi Shigaraki, honestly, was waiting for All for One's inevitable resurrection the whole time. With a pent-up desire to finally get what he wanted, the very thing that he was robbed of, just like All Might was. Namely, the occasion to see, from the first-person perspective no less, his brother getting violently beaten up, dismembered, cremated and then having his ashes snorted by someone. For the express purpose of having at least some amount of the particles making up his body reduced to components of human excrements. Figuring out new and more grotesque murder plans was, sometimes, the one and only entertainment that the Vestiges had. How do you know that? All Might asks. Gran Torino's face is twisted in anger. Detective looks more traumatized than anything. He was truly and honestly hoping that the All for One was gone. They all did. That's because he just left my office. Nedzu replies calmly. After blackmailing me into making him the vice principal of the UA and enrolling his children into my school. The silence after these words lasts for a good 10 seconds. Both outside and inside of Yagi Toshinori's quirk. What? Gran Torino is the first to regain rudimentary ability to speak. It's, rudimentary as stated. And it's not like he had a lot of constructive things to say even when he wasn't shocked, almost speechless. What? Yoichi has 2 centuries of seeing the most insane things in the world, now possible thanks to quirks, under his belt. He is the first one to speak within One for All. The others are still silent. 2 taken aback to form cohesive sentences. All for One apparently retired from his life of crime and faked his death at his wife's insistence. Nedzu continues speaking. One of his children decided to make All Might their idol and become a hero. All for One decided to, conditionally, not annihilate Japan over that. What? Tsukachi becomes the second person to speak on the outside. He isn't much more constructive than Gran Torino, however. What? N takes second place in the parallel competition happening inside One for All. He instead tried to discourage him by making him hang out with children of other supervillains and prospective young villains from other sources, which resulted in them wanting to become heroes as well. Nedzu ignores their shock. All for One decided to make arrangements. What? All Might blinks at Nedzu a few times. What? Nana blinks at Nedzu a few times. What? Sir Night Eye finally says the magic words, probably because All Might did. What? Yoichi repeats the magic word, probably because Nana did. Nedzu sighs loudly. This is going about as well as he expected. The only thing he's missing from their expected reaction is... Where is he now? All Might asks. Calmly. Terrifying calmly. Somehow, he managed to recover as the first one. Talk. Never mind, Nedzu's predictions were spot on. I'm afraid that attempting to wring All for One into a humanoid pretzel is not a practical idea for the moment. Nedzu replies. I'm going to explain why exactly in a moment. If this is a joke, then it's a very good one. Sir Night Eye, naturally, recovers his bearings immediately after All Might does. Gran Torino is still swaying his head and blinking occasionally, like a boxer that received a powerful blow to the head. I'm afraid that it's not. Nedzu replies. And I'm as shocked about it as you are, I assure you. Wait, I have nephews? Yuichi is the third one to join the cohesive and constructive sentences team, although admittedly while missing the point entirely. I really don't think that this is an important thing right now. Hikage Shinomori, the eternal loner, comments in a sarcastic tone from his seat. Alright, let's be reasonable about this. All Might surprised absolutely everyone, even Sir Night Eye and himself, by speaking calmly. All for one retired? All for one got married? All for one had children? All for one didn't kill his child the second they decided to be a hero? All for one decided to, take over the UA instead of, I don't know, doing anything else really? He is silent for a few seconds. What on earth? For as much as I detest him, he wouldn't kill such a child. Yuichi admits. He would throw it into a bank vault and keep it imprisoned there, caring about all its needs while pretending that it's for their own good rather than for his own control freak tendencies. That's, Daigoro blinks a few times. Strangely specific. Yuichi shrugs. The history might have gone down differently if Hisashi actually left his superhero comic book collection in the vault, instead of throwing it to trash. What sort of monster is locking an introvert in his room without their main source of entertainment? Really, rebellion and almost 2 centuries of continuous warfare even from beyond the grave was a given. Yes, I'm still rather shocked. Nedzu admits. Despite spending 2 hours discussing the arrangements with him, we'll probably end up having to convert into a board school. He sighs. At least the list of new students sounds interesting. You can't be serious. Gran Torino ends up calling Nedzu out the fastest. You aren't thinking about going along with this idiocy, right? You might not have an alternative to this. Nedzu replies. The blackmail is rather solid. What blackmail? Sir Night Eye asks the most important question. Nedzu narrates the part where All for One clearly stated that he wasn't fighting seriously the whole time, and that he could erase Tokyo from the map if he got the reason to, and that he pretty much didn't interrupt the One for All holders line because he found its struggles amusing. Wait, is that? Daigoro tries to ask. Yes, it's unfortunately a truth. Yuichi replies. That's why we were supposed to wait to confront him until the stockpile grew into the singularity level. It just kind of didn't work as intended. Note to self, if you ever create another transferable quirk supposed to annihilate a demon lord, leave a manual somewhere near it. We'll talk about it later. Yuichi cuts in, looking almost serious, except his hair is still braided and he is still on Nana's lap. Do you think that's the truth? All Might asks. Nedzu shrugs. I do not know. The rodent replies. While I have a good record of reading people, it's certainly not something that would work against him. Unfortunately, Tsukachi wasn't there to assist me. As of now, I believe that trying to test him would be unwise. He sighs. Especially in the light of the student list that I was provided with. Oh. Yuichi comments scarcely. There are 30 candidates for the villain rehabilitation course. Nedzu says. The list includes biological children of Mr. Compress, Dictator, Gigantomachia, Purity, Eclipse, Beast, Mischief, All for One and Redestro. Wait, Redestro? Sir Night Eye blinks at him. Who is that? Oh, my bad, I just misread something in the file. Nedzu shrugs. Someone's a very dedicated Destro fan among the kids, that's all. Nothing to see here. Okawe, that wasn't suspicious at all. Gran Torino snarls. Nedzu then gives him a death stare. Gran Torino replies with a super death stare. That was almost the entire supervillain rooster. Save for Gigantomachia, whom they thought to be a myth, Mischief, who was thought to be dead, and All for One, who was too scary to be acknowledged as not a myth. If this is even remotely true, then Japanese supervillains are going to sheet bricks. All Might manages to say. He is visibly torn before abject horror, desire to murder all for one and something akin to morbid joy. Not only them. Nedzu replies. Because the list also includes the biological children of Thunderbolt and Miruko, the former apparently a runaway while the latter being a genetically engineered hybrid super soldier. Sir Night Eye lets out a sound vaguely resembling a dying whale. Born without her mother's knowledge, oddly enough. Also an adopted child and biological nephew of Midnight that ran away from home and, what's going to be a really low blow to people gathered in the metaphorical front of me, the biological grandchildren of Nana Shimura. What? Gran Torino, All Might and Nana shout almost in unison. I'm working on confirming that part as we speak. Nedzu sighs. But thus far it appears to be true. I also asked All for One if he had a hand in that, to which he replied that, however ironic that would be, he didn't. And that if there is anyone to blame, it's probably Nana's son. Also, apparently, one of said grandchildren is in a relationship with one of All for One's children. Nana looks at the screen for a few long seconds, before performing a facepalm on herself with enough intensity to instantly knock herself out, despite being dead and an immaterial ghost, somehow. She falls to the side, accidentally pulling Yoichi after her and slamming into greatly surprised En, resulting in the closest approximation of a car pileup that the remaining holders ever saw to happen within the One for All. I'm, Gran Torino announces. Going to vomit. Be back in a while. Then he races off screen. Nedzu sighs. Loudly and painfully. The human tendency to value their offspring, instead of, well, throwing them to the metaphorical wolves in order to buy yourself time to escape, never ceased to amaze him. The fact that the people in front of him treated offsprings of other people that way was even weirder. Okay, can we move over for a second from Nana? It's Tsukachi. He is immediately targeted by a murder glare from All Might that's somehow blood-curdling even through the internet connection. Yes, I know this is almost a heresy in these circumstances. But, are you telling me that there are 30 children of supervillains and major villains out there and they are all of, more or less the same age to be fit for enrollment into the UA? Do you remember that time the Star and Stripe visited Japan to hang around with All Might? Nedzu asks. It was 19 years ago, give or take. Yes, I did. Tsukachi asks carefully. How's that connected? Well, according to All for One, the supervillains partied so hard after she left that it's a miracle that all of their kids actually speak human language. Nedzu replies dryly. Sir Night Eye corrects his glasses. With a truly impressive concentration of spite and disgust in that simple maneuver. This is just so wrong. Tsukachi pinches the bridge of his nose and looks like he is in a severe need for coffee. All Might and Gran Torino, who just got back, still wiping the edges of his mouth with a napkin, look borderline horrified that the talk continued while they were mentally still on Nana part. Oh my god. All Might suddenly speaks. It just occurred to me that All for One has children. And judging from that last part alone, he probably had SEC with someone. All the eyes are on him. I think that I'm going to puke. Wait, Nedzu said that All for One had a wife. Tsukachi decides to be the straight man here. What other explanation is there for him to have children? His wife being a codename for some slightly disturbing nanny/maid Numu that the villain factory gave him as a gift. All Might replies promptly. And his children being genetically engineered walking engines of chaos and destruction that he is unleashing upon us to destroy us all. Somewhere in the Midoriya Shigaraki household, 3 children of the worst villain ever and a living Warpgate sneeze in an instant. All for One shivers in the background, getting traumatic flashbacks to the almost 30 years of repeated COVID mutations that he suffered through in his childhood. The video chat remains silent for a few long seconds, before Nedzu opens his mouth. That actually sounds fairly believable. The rat decides. We'll know for sure when we meet his wife and children. In the meantime, I believe that it might be a good idea to act as if he actually told us the truth. A most unbelievable thing. Sir Night Eye says dryly. Nedzu agrees with him, at least on principle. This really isn't a joke, right? Yes, this really isn't a joke. Nedzu replies. But it's clear that the rat himself isn't super sure about it. He has also provided 3 teachers, who are supposed to be acting as homeroom teachers of 3 10-people large classes. They are all villains, but ones that apparently hold heroics in very high regards. Each of them has, somehow, managed to acquire apparently genuine hero licenses and teaching licenses, so they are technically qualified. Do I even want to ask? Sir Night-Eye sighs. All Might is still clearly undisposed. It's up to him to actually ask questions, or so he decides. Alright, I'll ask. Who is it? Apparently Stain, Mr. Compress, and a warp quirk bearer that claims to be, a resurrected corpse of one of our graduates. Nedzu replies, wishing that All for One decided to tell him something more about the last case. That's all that he managed to get out of him, despite all of his inquiries. Not even the name, damn it. Sir Night-Eye develops a sudden desire to jump out of the window of the Might Tower. Gran Torino looks like he developed a similar desire and was currently busy calculating how to get to the Might Tower the fastest. Stain, also known as the Hero Killer, was a nasty hero-targeting vigilante that was responsible for numerous murders. The fact that Sir Night-Eye was actually the least negative about his candidature said a lot and was certainly not caused by Stain being a convenient hired blade. In Sir Night-Eye's opinions, all Might haters deserved a solid beating. Which, absolutely had nothing to do with Stain being a convenient hired blade. Mr. Compress in the meantime is a double S villain and a self-proclaimed heir of Aji Harima. Like his ancestor, he sought to steal from the rich and give to the poor after getting a cut for himself to pay for the bills, but was especially focused on targeting the heroes whom he deemed unworthy of the title. Sir Night-Eye dreads the concept of him being anywhere near Nedzu with all his secret bank accounts. It was a disaster waiting to happen. The last one of the supposed teachers, in the meantime? He isn't opening that can of worms. Is the UA going along with this? Sir Night-Eye asks. It's time to tackle the beast. It's not, right? Gran Torino asks, while All Might nods fervently. It's certainly not. Detective Tsukachi chirps in. Why not? Nedzu asks, looking just a tiny bit taken aback by this. All for One is going to spend time right next to us, where we'll be able to monitor his activities. This is a break during which One for All's strength might grow. And the students? The rodent smiles. They are all potentially brilliant heroes. Not to mention the amount of screams it would draw from their villainous parents if we managed to pull it off. After all, guiding their students into becoming the better versions of themselves is what the schools are about, am I right? I hate this very idea. Sir Night-Eye says before letting out a loud sigh. But I hate the fact that it's a logical idea even more. Of course, if you know how to deal with all of that and the potential repercussions of the public finding out. I have truly brilliant ideas about that. Nedzu chirps. The only real question is, while I know that All Might is interested in teaching in the UA, would you be so as well, Sir Night-Eye? Gran Torino raises his hand before Sir Night-Eye or All Might can reply to the offer. Please no. Nedzu replies immediately. I can only deal with so many lawsuits. You're literally the reason why I had to add a doesn't include performing live executions of students for the encouragement of others into the free-form education with teachers allowed to do whatever they want, UA taking full responsibility for whatever happens clause when hiring people. Thankfully, he didn't get to do it. He was interrupted. Nedzu is only about 70% sure that he actually didn't mean to execute that kid. But that was a very convincing firing line, and he still doesn't know how Sorahiko smuggled so many guns onto the school grounds. How about, Gran Torino replies, with absolutely zero guilt or regret visible on his face or audible in his voice. Making me a teacher assistant instead? Nedzu calculates the amount of sheer chaos and human pain that this will cause, before dividing it by an approximate number of lawsuits he'll have to deal with. The solution to the equation comes out as fun. You know what, I think that Eraserhead will enjoy working with you. Nedzu then announces. You're hired. Everywhere throughout Japan, the students that survived this year's quirk apprehension test find themselves suddenly shivering, feeling something akin to creeping existential horror. Aizawa, in the meantime, actually wakes up, completely rested from a nap, to his own confusion. The whole plan is completely derailed, however, after All Might vigorously states his rejection of the idea with a short speech including approximately 427 different swear words from 12 different languages, ranging from Japanese and English through Polish and Hungarian and ending with Klingon and Koine Greek. Learning foreign swear words in order to sheet talk AFO more efficiently was a crucial part of his training in America, after all. The holders, at least those currently active, because most of them were presently asleep thinking that AFO was dead and gone, spend a few minutes digesting what just happened and All Might's eventual disbelief in All for One's blackmail, which could threaten half of Tokyo, or most of Japan, or worst of all, at least for Nana, All Might himself. I can't believe that he was half-butting the whole time. Daigoro groans. I was killed by a Mr. Small D, in a suit that wasn't even fighting me seriously. I'm effing set off now. Well, there was an option to win. Yoichi admits. My brother not painting over his masterpieces is his Achilles heel. He requires conscious thoughts to call up for his quirks. And he has a tendency to gloat over his victims. He sighs. If Yagi was in a similar situation and managed to sneak in a fully powered blow to the head, there is a chance that he would take Hisashi down instantly. Other than that, we're waiting for One for All to reach the singularity so that we can grant the current holder the stockpiled quirks. Then they can fight like equals. But no one outside of this quirk knows about that. So, what do we do about All Might? And asks, because if he stays unaware of the whole quirk bullshit you just unloaded on us, he'll. All Might, thankfully, realized that AFO wasn't on UA grounds right now, so he didn't rush there. Instead, he spent the rest of the day grumbling, unloading his anger with some non-OFA powered session of murder attempts on an unfortunate sandbag that he had AFO pictures printed on, and, eventually, going to sleep. Yoichi announces. Going to do what's called a pro-gamer move. Then he disappears. What? N blinks at the open space that used to be Yoichi. Yagi Tashinori expected a lot of things when he went to sleep. He expected waking up, just to discover that the whole last day was a bad dream. He expected to have some normal dreams. He expected to have nightmares, especially about Nana's death. He certainly did not expect to open his eyes to a featureless white room with what looked like a younger All for One standing in front of him. All right, Mr. Yagi, I know this is rather confusing to you, but All for One starts speaking. He is brutally interrupted by a punch to the face that sends him flying and crashing into the wall of the opposite wall of the room. What is wrong with you? Wait, why is Tashinori feeling like he just did something stupid? Is this one more of your games, All for One? All Might bellows at the man in front of him, and would have tried to punch him again, but something unnatural happening with his face stops him. Namely the absolutely genuine-looking expression of shock. That's very unlike his arch-nemesis. Wait, you think that? Wait. The All for One freaks out seriously, waving his hands in obvious panic. I'm not him. I'm his brother. The good one, the one that fought against him during the dawn of quirks. You remember that part, right? All Might just met a man closely resembling All for One that was professing to be the legendary first holder of One for All, centuries after his death. Ridiculous and impossible. However, the alternative was that All for One wore something other than a business suit. And that's, obviously, even more ridiculous and impossible. All Might fixated a bit too much on that perfectly punchable face to notice the oddity of no business suit. My apologies for attacking you then. All Might takes a step back while adapting the, I'm sorry that I smashed your car into a villain, I hope it was insured, smile. I took you for your brother and… No. The first holder waves his hands around. It's absolutely understandable, I'd punch him in the face on instinct as well. Yagi Tashinori decides that he likes the young man in front of him. They're barely a few words in and he already managed to prove himself to be a reasonable man. No wonder he became a legend. Well, thank God it worked because this is the first time I'm doing this and I have no idea what could be the side effect of you actually seriously damaging me. The first holder quickly adds. Name's Yoichi. Yoichi Shigaraki, by the way. Yagi Tashinori, also known as All Might. Yagi replies, while bowing his head lightly. Pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Yoichi bows lightly. You're probably wondering why this happens, right? He adds, spreading his hands around. Am I wrong to assume that I suffered from a continuously worsening brain aneurysm that made me hallucinate the emergency meeting, and after I went to sleep, killed me, resulting in me opening my eyes in the closest possible equivalent of a heroic Valhalla? All Might asks. That would kind of SCK. Not death itself, but, well, All for One still being there when All Might died. That would be cool, but no. Yoichi replies. You see, One for All is working slightly differently than you or most of your predecessors thought, mostly due to someone regularly murdering them and resulting in a rather mixed attempts on relaying actual knowledge to the future generations. I came to, correct it. Wait, how's it even possible that you came? All Might asks. I mean, you died, right? Yes, an unfortunate but understandable result of plastering onto the pavement after an almost 5-kilometer-long freefall. Yoichi replies. Yagi actually shivers slightly. However, One for All stockpiles more than just physical power. It actually stockpiles everything from their users. Everything. All Might blinks. Like what exactly? Everything. Yoichi replies. Physical power, quirks, even the users themselves. The second you die, you're waking up in One for All. Well, provided that you gave the quirk to someone else first, because otherwise we're all gone. So the past holders are all living inside One for All? Yagi replies with a question. Yoichi nods. And they see what's happening in real life? Yoichi nods again. Yagi could react to that revelation in many ways. The fact that he would be, sooner or later, reunited with Nana would, in a normal situation, make him cry tears of relief. However, the situation wasn't normal. As a result, Yagi shrinks. She saw that party in America, didn't she? All Might says. When Yoichi adapts a look of genuine sadness, she stops shrinking and starts caving in. Oh crap. Look at us. Yoichi admits. I don't want to even imagine the degree of emotional pain that you're suffering due to discovering that your mother figure saw you have raunchy, animalistic, and very, very drunk SEC with a woman half your age and just barely legal that happened to have been cosplaying as her at that time. Yagi lets out a sound of emotional and mental anguish. But I'm fairly certain that if you say it's the trauma, she'll, understand it. You were at quite a low point at that time. Well, that's what Yoichi did whenever Hisashi had any issues with his behavior. At least before the vault. After it, Yoichi was too busy trying to kill his brother to reply to his questions with anything other than war cries he borrowed from various franchises. He still remembers that time when Hisashi woke up boxed in a bedroom with several automatic machine guns blocking his escape routes, looped Imperial Fist's war cry coming out of the speakers and Yoichi screaming F, you perturabo. This is for the iron cage while throwing a whole box of grenades into All for One foot bedroom through the window. Good times. Sure, Hisashi managed to escape in the end, but Yoichi still fondly remembered that particular family bonding experience. Alright. Yagi doesn't sound convinced. Okay, my past bad decisions aside, why are you here to tell me about it? Is it about what Nedzu told me about All for One? That sounded scary enough to, perhaps, warrant whatever was just happening to, happen. Actually, yep. Yoichi replies cheerfully. What my brother told Nedzu is actually entirely true, and yes, I can scarcely believe it myself. I figured that Hisashi would spontaneously combust if he ever told the truth to any hero about, anything at all. So All for One was sandbagging our war the whole time, treating me and dozens of years of almost deadly training as some form of twisted entertainment, and the clash between him and my mentor that shaped my image of pro-heroes was pretty much my arch-nemesis's practical joke. Yagi says dryly, meaning that the solid 40 out of 57 years of my life were practically meaningless. Well, yes. Yoichi admits. But it's not too late for you to use your perfectly sculpted body, charisma and the #1 hero fame to stop being a shonen protagonist working overtime and become a full-blown seinen harem protagonist. right? I mean, the dragon hero is still single, and the MT lady girl would probably go for it if only for the fame and… Okay, stop. All Might raises his hand, on his face an expression of emotional pain. Please, do not ruin your legend in front of me. Any ideas on what to do now? Ideas that do not include me having a TSM with Ryukyu and MT lady. Or anyone else, actually. He probably isn't having SEC ever again in his life, because the concept of Nana potentially seeing the whole thing just ruined it for him. Great. Not knowing was probably a blessing, his happiness at getting to see his mentor and adoptive mother figure again aside. You think that I'd hang around for almost 2 centuries as a ghost in the quirk if I wasn't certain that it would work out eventually? Yoichi replies, and All Might agrees that it was genuinely unlikely. Villains always lose in the end. Here, there are 3 options. One is extremely risky but short-term, one is only risky but more long-term, and one is deliciously chaotic. Let's start with the first one. All Might says and Yoichi nods. They both know that they are going to go for option 3, but let's at least hear the alternatives first. My brother is a drama queen. One for All says, and All Might does his best to not go slack-jawed at the words he just heard. Come on, I saw him gloat over broken bodies of holders far too many times for myself to be comfortable about it. The thing is, his body is still one of the first-gen quirked. Without several endurance quirks active during the battle, Endeavor could punch him out without flames. And he requires conscious thought to call for his quirks. He is clearly treating the holders as entertainment, so if he was allowed to gloat over my body, I could technically catch him off guard and sneak a good punch in. All Might interrupts the first holder, knocking him out and preventing him from fighting back. But he probably has quirks to assess the damages to people he attacks to ensure that this doesn't happen. So I'd have to be on literal death's door to somehow pull it off. Yoichi claps a few times, clearly awestruck. Precisely. He beams at All Might, and oh dear if seeing someone so similar to All for one smile like that isn't disturbing. That's why I said that it's extremely risky, but it could work even right now. You could also try Eraserhead, because his quirk is super awesome, but I'm almost certain that it would only influence his initial quirk, making him unable to take or grant quirks, without doing anything to the others. Now, the plan B is, well, I'm afraid to say that you can't achieve it. What? All Might is appalled. He had to take revenge for Nana. He dreamed of murdering that man for decades. Yes, he is aware that it's unhealthy, but the last 5 therapists he tried to visit all turned out to be AFO's spies, and now he doesn't trust medical professionalists in this country aside from Recovery Girl and even her only conditionally. Why? One for All, as stated, stockpiles everything. Yoichi replies, including quirks of its past users, in preparation for something that we call the Singularity. You and your predecessors, myself included, had access to something that can be considered an imperfect form of the quirk. That sounds vaguely bad. All Might admits. He can scarcely imagine something more powerful than One for All, aside from, turns out, All for One, and… Frankly, you were never supposed to battle my brother before Singularity, just focus on his lackeys and on damage control, but, yeah. Yoichi admits, looking vaguely ashamed of it. Passing the torch actually delayed the progress a bit each time that it happened, and I really hoped that we'd get there in 50 to 70 years. Not in 2 centuries. He sighs, while scratching his head. All Might is really taken aback by this. This talk was turning his life upside down, and he really didn't know what to feel about it. Unfortunately, the dreamscape included no Sir Night Eye to tell him what to do when in a pinch. Yes, Mirai Sasaki's suggestions tended to include rather basic instructions such as smash harder, or commit an act of arson as a form of deflecting attention from you engaging in an improvised psyop in order to make the police think that you were actually someone else pretending to be you pretending to be someone else, before escaping and calling Tsukachi to smooth the disaster out for you. However, in moments like that, he was still extremely useful to have around. The point is, we're already at Singularity, or at least the quirk is. Yoichi continues. This is why we can speak. But we've hit it during your stay in America, and frankly, your body has already adapted to an immature form of one for all. We can't change that without risking both your body and the quirk. But your successor will be the one to receive the full package, including the ability to use the quirks of every single past holder, plus a far greater degree of power amplification. The power to fight my brother as an equal. He doesn't know about the singularity, so, you know. Not a word to anyone, I get it. Yagi nods. However, I'd personally prefer to not have to involve a prospective young hero in that, at least until I'm crippled in battle. For as long as I'm fully operational, All for One will attempt to continue his game and break my body, forcing me to give the quirk to someone else. Yes, he said that he was retired, but All Might isn't buying it, Yoichi isn't buying it, Nana isn't buying it, Sir Night Eye isn't buying it, only Nedzu is buying it, and he's Nedzu. And that brings us back to the third option. Yoichi replies. The one where we, so to speak, embrace chaos. I think you bought me with that one sentence. Yagi replies. But I'd like to know the details first before making it conclusive. Yoichi promptly shares the idea with him. It's ridiculous, insane, will probably cause massive collateral damage and is all around impractical and, frankly, incredibly stupid. Not to mention its potential for causing regular war crimes to occur further down the line. Yagi, naturally, falls in love with it. This is absolutely brilliant. Yagi gives Yoichi his best, "Oh, it's time to burn something down," smile. Yoichi retorts with his best, "Oh look, brother, it's assassination time. And I love it. We're going to make All for One suffer so much." Nedzu dislikes being called at 6 a.m. He, typically, makes an exception for someone like the number one hero. All Might, please tell me that you're calling to tell me that you've changed your mind. Nedzu starts the talk from the main point. He has no idea what it is about, but he is absolutely certain that it's not this. Just starting a talk in a relatively nice way. Actually, I changed my mind. All Might replies cheerfully through the phone. Nedzu drops his teacup. The idea of being a part of the UA faculty alongside All for One is the best idea I ever heard, and I'm calling to tell you that I will gladly become UA Heroics teacher. All Might, did something happen? Nedzu asks worriedly. If someone important to you has been taken hostage, all you need is to tap the phone twice loudly enough for me to pick it up. I'll work on it right away. No, no one was kidnapped, no one was killed, everything is absolutely fabulous. All Might replies. Nedzu starts seriously freaking out. I have just a small question. He's going to be restricted by a quirk-enforced agreement, yes. Yes, that's right. Nedzu replies. He, for all his love for chaos, wouldn't let All for One start working on an UA without at least some insurance. The "if you break it willingly, you'll die" type of a contract. Spectacular. All Might replies. Nedzu grows even more worried. Details? No quirk stealing, no quirk transferring, no betraying information about UA to anyone without my XPLCT permission, no bodily harm to students or faculty, aside from training exercises, and even then we have the details of what can and what can't be done noted down. Nedzu replies. Why do you ask? What about, All Might says, his voice worryingly delighted. Psychological damage. I couldn't exactly forbid it anyway, aside from being abusive to the students. Nedzu replies. Too hard to properly summarize in detail. I suspect him to be an all-around negative influence on people, but I couldn't persuade him to have it noted down in the contract. After all, merely making a slightly villainous remark could actually kill him then. Why do you ask? Anything you want to change? I'm not sure that I can try to renegotiate without serious arguments and... Because, Nedzu, All Might pauses for a second. Psychological violence is sometimes the best type of violence. Oh, so that's what it was about. Phew, Nedzu was actually worried for a moment that it would be something insane. Or weird. Or illegal. But it's just a pre-planned psyops in order to drive someone to suicide or insanity without harming them physically. Nedzu has been doing this whole life. Are you sure that you're genuinely qualified to attempt to mentally torture someone like All for One? Nedzu asks. I know a few professionals that could try it, but you've always struck as someone, slightly too much of a paragon of heroic qualities to attempt something as straightforwardly villainous as this. You do realize that we've spent years planning a murder of someone together? All Might asks. The fact that they are an utter jerk-ass aside, that's illegal and unheroic. Touché. Nedzu admits. So? Oh, you don't have to worry about it. All Might replies. I found someone absolutely perfect when driving all for one into madness and self-inflicted death is involved. I just need your help with paperwork as a part of, let's say, preparations for the incoming era of utter chaos and probably arson. Alright. Now All Might is speaking Nedzu's language. The principal always knew that he had it in him, he just needed some catalyst to fully spread his wings. Judging from what he was hearing, the moment came. How illegal would that paperwork be? Nedzu asks curiously. Falsify the ID level? Sneak someone out of the country under false diplomatic status? Create enough bureaucratic chaos to make JGSDF not realize that they were missing a division worth of equipment secretly funneled into a clandestine insurgency. Group as old as Quirks. Oh, unfortunately it's just the first category. All Might replies. Nedzu is both slightly disappointed and actually excited over the number one hero not reacting to the other two categories being an option and acting like he was genuinely saddened by his demand not being chaotic enough. But I need it done for several people, and it has to be thorough. How thorough? Nedzu asks. False identities. All Might replies. False background, false family members, everything capable of holding under public and governmental scrutiny even if said people will actually be recruited onto the UA and become notable features of the soon-to-come public clash that will probably become a worldwide phenomena. I see. Nedzu nods faintly. When do you need that done? How does 6 hours sound? All Might asks. Nedzu groans. All Might, be mindful of how much you're asking me for. The rat replies. I don't need 6 hours. I can do it in 2, and that actually makes it sound like a challenge. You probably aren't going to tell me any details, right? Nope. All Might replies. Trust me, you'll love it. Sending you the details through an email, right now. He hits the send button. He is looking forward to meeting All for One and getting to see his face when he realizes what just happened. It's going to be glorious. Kurojiri warps All for One home. In a safe distance from Shizuoka, Mizudafu and Yue. He actually spent the night in a hotel, making sure that no one was following him and carefully observing the reactions of the nearby heroes. He didn't spot All Might rushing to Yue to reinforce the defense. He didn't trust Nedzu. The rat was his enemy, and his quirk was a delicious one. But eventually he is back. He is living in something between a large cottage and a small mansion. 2 bathrooms, a room for every children of his, kitchen, dining room, 2 guest rooms, study room, library and so on. It's not Yaoyorozu's estate, but it's homely and manageable without hiring an army of servants. It was also safely secreted away from civilization. Hisashi believes it to be the best choice of actions. It's not like he was particularly used to calling someplace a home. He had bases, he had safe houses, he had businesses, but home was a rarity. This size is nice. He doesn't waste too much time going anywhere, and he doesn't have to explain to servants why he has a kaiju acting as a garden gnome. Gigantomachia isn't exactly a low-profile choice of bodyguards, but he does his best. Besides, his wife adores him. He is a bit slow on the uptake, and that's a nice understatement of the situation, but it's alright, because just so it happens that she had a disabled younger brother, ages ago. Patience of a saint when Makia was involved, really. She is really nice to him. And he adores him. Almost as much as he adores All for One. Master! Gigantomachia bellows while saluting towards him. It's totally not that his eldest son, by minutes, but still, talked him into shouting the greetings so loudly to make sure that everyone knows when Hisashi is getting home. Gigantomachia kept doing this even after their little war was over and Izuka finally stopped having to hide his hero merch. The situation didn't get much better after that, really. Makia. Everything in order? Hisashi replies. The giant, now shrunk to manageable size and somehow looking like he was born to stand among the flowers that his wife loves so much, nods fervently. Good job. Continue guarding. The giant is overjoyed. Oh, how much does simple things satisfy him? He enters his home to see his wife eyeing him curiously from the kitchen. She has fully embraced the role of the housewife and truly enjoys that. Considering how adrenaline-fueled her earlier life as a villain was, she was probably just enjoying the calmness of her retirement. So, she says when he finishes taking off the suit jacket. All Might and the rest of his clowns probably think that he even sleeps in it. Well, no. He is looking forward to being able to switch to his casual clothes fully. Main part of which includes a black t-shirt with a large, business suit inscription in front of it. It's absolutely hilarious. Shame that only Izuku seems to understand that. It's done, Inko. All for One says with the best approximation of a smile that a 2 centuries old but genuinely happy demon lord can conjure. Nedzu agreed to the idea. One of her brows raises up. Her green eyes are beautiful, but it's really not time to get lost in them. Great, she says. How many people died? Oh, it's this talk. He honestly expected that. No one. He promptly replies. I might have blackmailed Nedzu, but in my defense, he tried to assassinate me several times during the first 2 minutes of our meeting. I didn't retaliate, that's enough progress for now, right? Besides, it's Nedzu. Right. This barely counted as killing a hero, even if he actually killed the rat. Inko was his chief advisor when being non-villainous was involved. Because, honestly, after 2 centuries of being a demon lord, he was extremely lost when not being a supervillain was involved. Great. She nods. I'm proud of you, Hisashi. And I think you should tell him. He is in his room. With Eri. Oh, this will be a delight. A day later, the time comes. All for One is officially invited, together with the 3 new members of the UA faculty, for a welcoming party of sorts. Some public mingling, maybe an attempt on murder or 2 normal stuff. I'm going with you, Inko announces. The tone of her voice made it clear that the lack of question mark at the end of that sentence wasn't an oversight. Yeah, he knows better than to fight her when she makes a face like that. Losing his heart is one thing, he can live through that. But she can tear off different body parts, and that's a big no-no in his dictionary. She probably heard of All Might being there and decided to make sure that the evening won't end with a pile of freshly incinerated corpses in ruins of the top hero school in the country. By being the normal one in the villain delegation. Are you certain about it? All for One decides to ask. He knows that it's probably pointless, but he'll still at least try to figure out what led to that decision. I want my children to realize their dreams. She promptly replies. Having you obliterate the best hero school in the country simply because Toshinori Yagi looked at you wrongly will make that harder. So I'm going to accompany you, just to make sure that you behave. Oh great. Only hope that she won't embarrass him in front of his. Well, he believes that it's to rivalry what Yandra is to romance. It's one-sided, full of attempted murder and pent-up frustration, and very unhealthy. So he can't refer to Yagi as his rival with a clear conscience. It's the other way around, and that's a generous way to call it. This is a horrible, horrible idea, Yagi. Mirai Sasaki says, secretly hoping that the whole villain rehabilitation course affair will end, in bloodshed or not, before he falls into alcoholism because of it. You say that because you don't know what I prepared for the meeting. All Might appears shockingly cheerful. If Mirai and Sorahiko didn't know him, they would think that he is looking forward to meeting All for One. Mirai is going to be a teacher. Some advanced investigation and planning classes for the 3rd years. He got his teaching license in record time, perks of being a genius so close to the #1 hero. Gran Torino already had his. Nedzu just had to make sure that it was no longer suspended after the incident. What exactly did you prepare, Toshinori? Sorahiko decides to ask. The second best thing to overwhelming physical violence. All Might replies with a cheerful smile. Overwhelming psychological violence. What? Pretend to not notice him until I tell you. Mirai and Sorahiko are extremely lost. Nedzu chuckles mysteriously. He doesn't even know what it's about, He is just enjoying the atmosphere and their confusion, while hoping that what All Might prepared isn't going to disappoint. He's just that type of a person. Eraserhead really didn't know what to think about all the new developments in his school. And there were a lot of those in a short time PRD. Which, for a person who values peace and quiet, plus cats, coffee, his few dumbass friends from the faculty, naps, Emi Fukukado and jelly pouches, not necessarily in that order, is a pain in the butt. All Might joining the faculty as the foundational heroics teacher is probably the worst thing from the list, or so Aizawa Shota thinks. Oh, Eraserhead has a healthy dose of respect for the strength of the #1 hero. He is the most powerful of Limelight heroes, and having someone like that to teach the students is a good thing, especially as most of them go to Limelight heroics. If only his personality wasn't the exact opposite of Aizawa Shota's. And if it wasn't the start of his teaching career. Those tend to be bumpy. Then there is the old, small and angry grandpa who is apparently a former homeroom teacher of UA and is going to supposedly be Aizawa's teaching assistant. Aizawa isn't going to complain about that one. He smells complicated backstory at a distance. Just a year, that's weird. Also the records of his service are clearly fake, but the old hero has situational awareness. And is walking around almost soundlessly. Sounds like someone closer to underground heroics. And probably DMN good at that. Finally, Sir Naita. He is going to be teaching investigation and operation planning. Smart. More underground than Limelight. His training changed Mirio Togata from a problematic backline student into a powerhouse. He does look like a creepy stalker, but Eraserhead worked with him a few times and discovered that the man has a heart in the right place, at least until you publicly say something bad about All Might. Then Eraserhead would probably prefer to face muscular than him. It would hurt significantly less. Every member of the faculty is here. Even the normally reclusive lunch rush. This is pretty much some dumb party, just without music, so it's mostly just people hanging out with each other in a teacher's lounge, which is as giant as always. The rat is compensating and they all know it, getting to know each other, with some light drinking and snacks. Eraserhead sticks to the wall. Hizashi and Nemuri are out there, socializing. He doesn't care. Then Nedzu decides to make an announcement. Which is a bit of a problem, because the DMN rat used Aizawa's scarf as a nest and is literally drawing the attention of everyone to the Erasure hero. Everyone is wearing suits, or some equivalent. He can't picture Midnight wearing a suit, but Eraserhead still brought his scarf with him. Sue him about it. I have a bit of an announcement to you all. The rat says, and Eraserhead will have none of it. He uses his scarf to grab the principal and gently deposits him to the nearby table. It's an empty part of it. Well, that's just rude, Aizawa. He heard snickers from the crowd. He doesn't care. I have decided to start something special this year. Nedzu turns to the crowd and announces cheerfully. I say, decided. But to be honest, I was blackmailed into this by a threat of someone changing the UA into a smoking crater surrounded by crucified corpses of me and the rest of the faculty, before laying waste to Tokyo, if I won't comply. Wait, what? Sir Night Eye is pinching the bridge of his nose, looking like Eraserhead after a 16-hours-long workday but before the coffee. All Might, for some reason, looks cheerfully delighted and Aizawa starts worrying about that man's mental health. We're going to open a special variant of the hero course. Nedzu continues, completely ignoring the worried looks from the crowd of heroes. This special course will be dedicated to rehabilitating villains or otherwise problematic individuals of appropriate age. We're also going to switch to a board school as a whole eventually, but for the time being this part will only involve the members of the Villain Rehabilitation Corps. Wait a second. Hizashi finally gets his bearings back. Mr. Principal, could you dial back to the part about Smoking Crater and be slightly more generous with details? Well, if you want, then I guess I can. The rat is almost disgustingly cheerful. He has an agenda in all of that. Eraserhead simply knows it. I was recently visited in my office by a supervillain, one whose very existence has been deemed as a secret by the Security Council of the United Nations and the Japanese government. It turned out that said villain's children and their friends have developed heroic aspirations. As he refuses to settle for inferior quality, he has chosen our school to be the one to help realize said aspirations. Will Nedzu accept his letter of resignation? Probably not, because Eraserhead now clearly knows some capital S secret. This sounds like something beyond the usual problem children he has to deal with. Way beyond. Unfortunately, he wants to have some first-hand accounts of his children's upbringing. Nedzu continues. As a result, I was forced to agree to him becoming the UA's new vice principal for the next 3 years. He has also chosen the homeroom teachers. The riot is already starting, and so is Eraserhead's headache. For the villain rehabilitation course classes. Those are villains as well, 2 of them supervillains actually, though they also have hero and teacher licenses obtained under false identities. They were also apparently chosen according to their deep respect for heroics, to make them slightly more palatable. You can't be serious. Midnight is among the most vocal opponents of the idea. Hound Dog is clearly too distraught to speak, Hizashi for once is too taken aback to make a sound, and 13 silently freaks out. Lunch Rush started sharpening a kitchen knife. No one knows where he stores those. It's a mystery. But he can draw one at the moment's notice, even if jerked out of his sleep in the middle of the night. And, frankly, Eraserhead is slightly freaked out by him. It's always the silent ones. Lunch Rush is extremely silent. Well, we have All Might here, right? Cementos is among the level-headed ones. We're going to arrest them once they enter the school, yes? Eternal All Might fan. Then again, this is a correct point. They do have All Might. The collateral damages will probably be horrible, but then again, Nedzu didn't tell them to bring their hero uniforms. And they are supposed to meet all new workers this evening. That alone is telling. 1%. Nedzu replies. It's cryptic enough to give everyone a pause, at least before he starts explaining. This is the estimated chance of victory if the entire faculty engaged our new vice principal in combat. Yes, this estimation factors in both Eraserhead's quirk and All Might's presence. The silence born of confusion changes to one born of shock. And even the ideal scenario ends with practically every person in this room dying, together with a significant part of Muzutafu's populace. You're kidding. It's present, Mike. The eyes of the teachers turn towards All Might. His face works as an answer. It's not the one they were hoping for. Then he snaps back to being cheerful. Okay, that's just creepy now. For the time being, we're going to be monitoring the activities of the new members of our faculty. Nedzu continues, his tone makes it clear that it's not up to debate. They all signed quirk-enforced contracts specifying what they are allowed to do and what they are not. Attempting to break those will have lethal consequences, even if it's someone as powerful as the new vice principal. This means that they cannot attack you nor any student, aside from combat practice that both sides consented to and clearly specified what is allowed and how far it should go. They are, however, allowed to go all out in self-defense. What's more, the contract forces them to obey the law while they are part of the faculty, once again, with the exception of self-defense against heroes. In fact, Nedzu pauses for a second, drawing attention back to him. Attacking them with clearly hostile intent will render the contract null and void in its entirety. So I suggest you remain civil because this will buy me and All Might 3 years to figure out how to deal with the problem at hand. Am I clear? Judging from the silence and the looks on the people's faces, the principal was clear. Also, I believe that it's time to introduce our new faculty members. Nedzu finally announces. He pulls out a phone and pushes a few buttons on it. Please be civil. And refrain from turning this into a bloodbath. Those are banned on the school grounds without my XPLCT permissions. 2 seconds later, a black cloud, mist, erupts mid-air on the other end of the hall. All heads turn towards it. Figures start stepping out of what's almost certainly a warp quirk. The first person is obviously their new vice principal. He is tall, almost unnaturally so. He has to be around All Might's height. He is wearing a black suit and has a bit of messy snow-white hair. The obviously part is self-evident. There is some hard-to-describe pressure that everyone in the room feels when they look at the man. Eraserhead knows what it is. It's his combat instincts screaming at him that whoever he is looking at is someone he shouldn't fight, no matter what. There is a woman in a green gown behind him. She clearly repositions herself to be right next to him. She is approaching her 40s, has dark green hair, and there is something vaguely feline in the way she walks. She's agile, her posture and walking telegraph sit rather obviously. She is holding the previous man's arm, so probably his wife. Then comes a slightly younger man, he is probably in his late 30s. Messy brown hair, something vaguely weird in the way he walks. Movements that are slightly over-exaggerated. He is also wearing a suit, but it's rather clear that he isn't used to it. Though not as much as the black-haired and noseless man behind him, for whom this sort of attire is clearly something unnatural. The last person is clearly the source of the warp gate. Man in a black suit, with clouds of black mist for his head. He looks and acts as if he was born in those clothes. There are large shining eyes, probably, in the black mist, looking just a tiny bit worrying. Oh, it appears that there is one surplus person. Nedzu says in the following silence. Since the alarms aren't blaring at them, he probably expected this. Or someone switched them off. Eraserhead doesn't know what's worse. I apologize for the intrusion. The green-haired woman said. But I wanted to be here. My husband, how should I put it, sometimes requires a guiding hand. In short, she is here to make sure that no one dies or is maimed for life this evening. Her husband adds. Which is clearly redundant considering the contract that I've signed, but I'm not going to argue with her. Good. The woman says with a nod. Eraserhead can't believe it, but she really feels like she is the one wearing the pants in this one marriage. I believe it's time for the introductions. The principal has already told them who I am, at least judging from the glares. Her husband says with a smirk. But to maintain the air of civility, I am Hisashi Midoriya, the new vice principal of this establishment. I'd introduce myself by my villain name, but I officially don't have one. And calling myself the symbol of evil is rather pretentious. So I'll introduce myself by my as-of-recent hero name, Mao. An arch-villain pretending to be hero calling himself the Demon Lord. Honestly, how did no one in the HPSE notice how absolutely obvious that was? Not like Eraserhead had a very high opinion on the clowns populating that institution. Then again, that wasn't a nice thing to say. Clowns didn't deserve to be compared to the members of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Mao? Really? The woman sighs. I'm not letting you name anything anymore without my oversight and XPLCT approval. Eraserhead can agree that it's probably a good deed to the world. Mao looks vaguely surprised by it. As for myself, I'm Inko Midoriya. You might know me as Mischief. Oh well, that's a bomb. The famous S-rank thief thought dead is now standing in front of them and Aizawa has absolutely no idea how to process that. Well, at least now they know where she disappeared to. Not like it's going to help them a lot when her husband can apparently beat All Might up easily. Eraserhead doesn't want to be part of that particular villain suppression team-up. Then I'll be the next one. The brown-haired man takes a step forward. My real name is Atsuhiro Seiko. You might know me as Mr. Magic, the current number 97 hero. Or, something around him shifts for a second. Then he is suddenly wearing completely different attire. One painfully familiar. Mr. Compress. The double S villain and a famous thief. Targeting, among others, heroes who are naughty in secret. Eraserhead wants to go home. He clearly isn't the only one in the room to harbor such desires. I'm going to be the homeroom teacher of Class 1N, but being the escape artist and a close-quarter expert that I am, I believe I have a lot to offer when it comes to teaching the next generation of heroes. Mr. Compress continues. You never know when the ability to unbind yourself might turn out to be useful. Well, Eraserhead has to agree. Mr. Compress has a point. Unfortunately, he exists. And even more unfortunately, he exists in this room. And they can't arrest him. He is probably enjoying that fact a lot. Atsuhiro turns his head towards the noseless guy and motions him to say something. The man sighs. Akaguro Kaizome. He says. Hero name, Blade. Villain name, Stain. That elicits some quite vocal gasps. And probably quite a few expressions of terror. Soon to be homeroom teacher of Class 1M. Though I can also teach a lot of things about quirkless combat. His grin is predatory, to say the least. Eraserhead doesn't say it, but for FS sake, why does both villain teachers actually have the skills that the UA faculty clearly lacks in? Its graduates do have some skills in quirkless combat, which is better than some 2-bit quote-unquote hero schools out there who just focus on quirks and marketing, but it's far cry from what Eraserhead would like to see. And let's not even start on the ability to escape when captured. And probably some combat feints and deceptions. The latter is more or less covered, but it's one of the things that is never covered enough. But the former, they should have actual heroes to teach stuff like that. I'm the last one then. The mist guy speaks. His voice is slightly odd. I don't exactly have a villain name, despite associating myself with them for several years. You can refer to me as Kurogyri. As for my hero name and the real one, I believe that it's best to show you. I don't think you'd believe my words alone. There is a faint chuckle, though it does sound a bit as if whoever was laughing was at the bottom of a well. Then the black mist forming the man's head begins to recede. Or, to be exact, it's being pulled back inside, bit by bit, and something within it shifts. And then Eraserhead gets to see the face underneath. The face of a dead man, marred with some old surgical scars. The face that he never expected to see again, save for nightmares, mercifully rare after so many years since that day, though it's probably about to change. Some glass shatters on the floor. It might have been his, or Midnight's, or perhaps it belonged to Hisashi. I am Shirakumo Oboro. The dead man says, with a faint smile that is both familiar and alien. Hero name Loud Cloud. Here to act as a homeroom teacher of Class 1L. And perhaps meet some old friends. Eyes of the Ghost and Eraserhead meet. I can only hope that you took care of Sushi Show. Eraserhead stares at him, his mouth open and his eyes wide. Young Oboro died during a villain attack. Hisashi announces. Soon after his graduation, I believe. His freshly dead body was recovered by Dr. Garaki, reanimated and used for experiments on forceful quirk awakening. The result of it is his changed appearance and the fact that his quirk evolved into a warp one. I received him as a gift. Hisashi continues, as the black mist returns and covers the dead man. It was a surprise to everyone involved when his memories and old personality returned. A medical miracle, all things considered. Consider his return to be an olive branch from me to the UA staff. He adds, and Eraserhead has a sudden desire to attack him right here and right now. He didn't do anything particularly villainous in my service, save for acting as a warp taxi and babysitting children. Hisashi, a word. Inko says dryly, while waving a finger at him to get closer. When he does that, Inko moves faster than eyes can follow and slaps him in the head with a rolled newspaper that Eraserhead didn't even notice her pull out. All Might, Gran Torino and Sir Night Eye wheeze in unison at the sight. WH, the now retired symbol of evil, stares at his wife in shock. In front of All Might? Yes. Inko replies before pointing to present Mike, who takes that very moment to lose consciousness and fall from his seat. You mixed peace offerings with psychological warfare. What did I tell you about running your olive branches through me at first? Oh. Hisashi shrinks a little. Oops. A new muha? Eraserhead can hear Gran Torino growl quietly towards All Might. Look, he had that type of numu, I just didn't expect him to have a wife too. All Might replies. Midnight takes that very moment to pull a bottle of vodka out of nowhere and start chugging it down like it was Coca-Cola, probably in an attempt to knock herself out. Wow, what a way to reunite old friends after years. Once the first impact ends, the groups are formed. Midnight and Present Mike are carried out of the room. Eraserhead decides to actually speak to Kurogyri Oboro and reassure him that Sushi, his cat, is doing perfectly fine. Inko retreats to the corner and starts exchanging cooking recipes with Lunch Rush in sign language. What's that man Quirk again? Eraserhead somehow forgot to ask. The new vice principal is pulled into a private meeting with Nedzu, All Might, Sir Night Eye and Gran Torino in another part of the building. Eraserhead can only hope that they are out of the blast zone. So, Is this going to be an attempt on my life, or all for one decided to stick a needle here and there, if only to rebuild his image after his wife's public newspaper smash? Or it's Sir Night Eye that asks. Gran Torino is too livid and just staring at all for one in silence, and Nedzu is hiding behind the desk. It's his office, it's most likely reinforced, and he is ready to leap under it if something serious starts happening. All Might is disgustingly devoid of hatred. Oh, well, the 1% of him that is capable of not constantly radiating hatred towards his archenemy is devoid of said hatred. That can't do. Or I'll have to remind you that I'm a married man. Hisashi announces and gets to see Sir Sputter something intelligible. Oh yes, when it comes to messing up with people, he is a master. Or so he thinks. Then he sees Yoichi, his long-dead brother, standing right next to All Might, with the wounds still fresh on him as they were 2 centuries ago. All for one doesn't freak out. He has a lot of experience in not freaking out. Sure, he is an indomitable giant of the underworld, but let's be real. Even he makes mistakes from time to time. But he is a master of pretending that everything goes according to plan when, in fact, everything is going on a train to hell, which is on fire, or perhaps about to explode. So he calmly observes the ghost, before checking his own body with a quirk. Yep, no signs of poisoning that would cause visual hallucinations. No signs of active quirks influencing him. Yes, it's certainly just random, like something. Let's ignore it. He's probably just tired. Did something happen? All Might asked. I hope that the answer is yes, and it's something lethal for you. Yubihu remains unsaid. You looked a bit out of it for a second. No one acknowledges the dead man in the room. They are just staring at all for one. So, yeah, certainly a hallucination. Let's ignore the fact that he didn't have any, save for few caused by messing with quirks, in, like, a century. Nothing. Hisashi replies. There is a sweat bead on his forehead as his body is clearly betraying him. So, I came to make sure that you aren't getting cold feet over the plan. I'm, and I assure you, absolutely adamant when it comes to fulfilling my children's wishes, even if I personally consider them. Why did you kill me, Hiken? The ghost says, and all for one almost bolts from the room. There is no way that someone actually knew how Yoichi referred to his older brother. This is a memory from 2 centuries ago. Absolutely no one today can. Alright, now it's pretty obvious that something is happening. It's Gran Torino. The hell is it about, monster? You aren't going to go on a rampage on us, huh? Took any drags? Something is seriously wrong. All for one almost shrinks in his seat, while trying to figure out what was happening. He switches between several visual and general detection quirks, and there is no one there. Yet his naked eye sees the dead man clearly. What in the fuck? You don't see him? All for one, against his own better judgment, says the words. It weakens his position in this talk, but it's Yoichi Goddammit. We don't see who? All Might replies before the others can. Nedzu seems vaguely worried. Sir is unreadable and Gran appears to be taking sadistic kicks out of the situation. Never mind. All for one decides to salvage the situation. Must be some quirk interaction. As I was saying, you killed me, Hiken. The ghost speaks again, once again in perfect recreation of his dead brother's voice, and Hisashi Midoriya freaks out on the inside once more. Because I wanted to be a hero. Now you came to the best school for heroes out there to trample on my dreams once more. Why, Hiken? Okay, stop what the F is going on. Hisashi blinks a few times, his eyes rapidly jumping between the heroes in the room and the ghost in front of him. The former is certainly enjoying it, even if they all look rather confused. This time he does shrink in his seat. For the first time in something like 2 centuries he is genuinely, no strings attached, terrified of something. Worst of all, he doesn't even know what said something is. Ghosts aren't real. Right? We're all waiting for you on the other side, Hiken. Yoichi says, his eyes drilling through Hisashi with emptiness and anger at the same time. All your victims. We're looking forward to the reunion. When are you going to join us, Hiken? Fuck. He had like 30 different detection quirks. He started cycling through them in panic, hoping to find an explanation for whatever was just going on, because it just can't be Ari. Energy Sense told him the truth. Yagi, you son of a beach. All for one yells while raising from his seat. Energy Sense is a form of quirk detecting quirk, only it works quite oddly. It doesn't display active quirks, but more like the energy behind them. It's not exactly useful normally, and it's more of a curio, but it clearly shows identical energy signatures between the ghost, who, oddly enough, doesn't have a quirk according to the quirk sense, and All Might. All Might immediately bursts into laughter. Oh God, you should have seen your face. The giant says and immediately puts on an impression of a terrified and cowering child. Gran Torino, did you take a picture? Of course I did, Toshinori. Gran chuckles in a rather scary way. He didn't even notice. What the hell did you do? All for one signed a contract so he can't just obliterate them, as that would kill him, but he sure as hell can yell at them. Perfect. The ghost doesn't disappear, instead the wounds vanish. It's just a normal Yoichi now. And he still speaks. And then he high-fives All Might. I've been sitting on that one for 2 centuries. And I wasn't disappointed by the result at all. What? All for one has never been so confused in his life. Well, you see, there have been developments in One for All. Yagi replies. It turns out that it stockpiled its users and their quirks as well. And guess what? I can now use the stockpiled energy to let them manifest. Physically for some time. Nedzu was kind enough to enroll some of them into the UA Heroics course in their slightly deged forms, to replace the students expelled by Aizawa this year. A sheet-eating grin blooms on his face. And due to the quirk contract, you can't hurt them. All for one shrinks in his seat, his face white as a sheet. Speaking of, time for another reunion. Yagi announces before pulling out a goddamn pokeball and opening it. Nana, I choose you. A blast of light. Then everyone sees a younger, teenage years Nana materialize right behind AFO, blocking the door. You, she says, ignoring Gran Torino's slack-jawed expression for a moment. Can't hurt me, so I'm going to make sure that you can't escape from it just by standing here. Yoichi, it's your big moment. Brother. Yoichi smiles widely while spreading his arms around. Finally, you became a hero. I knew you would come around and I'm so proud of you. FO lets out a convincing equivalent of a dying whale sound. Now, come give me a big, friendly, I'm sorry that I killed you and everyone you loved, hug. All for one does the smart thing. He jumps out through the closed window with a few acceleration quirks and maybe a Rocket Shoulders Ingenium-style quirk to make himself escape faster, screaming in horror that only grows more intense when he realizes mid-flight that Yoichi is hanging off his right leg while Nana is hanging off his left leg, both clearly attempting to climb upwards like some demented, and very determined, human caterpillars, all in order to give him a hug. All Might. Nedzu announces in the silence of the now ruined office, as All for One screams die in the background. This was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen and you're officially my favorite 2-leg now. All Might gives him a thumbs-up gesture. Nedzu replies in kind. Both are smiling. Sir Night Eye realizes, to his eternal terror, that their smiles mirror each other perfectly. The hall gets significantly more quiet once Nedzu and the rest leave. The heroes and villains are staring at each other in silence. The only exceptions are Lunch Rush and Midoriya Inko, who somehow, no one is sure how that happened, repositioned to the edge of the room and were busy exchanging recipes in sign language with reckless abandon. What is Lunch Rush's quirk again? Somehow, Aizawa keeps forgetting that. Didn't he already ask himself that question today? No, not the time for that. He needs to deal with the biggest crisis of his life. Probably with Nemuri and Hisashi. Preferably with them. His skills in socializing aren't strong enough to figure out what to do. Then again, Hisashi would probably just approach Oboro and start with something like, "Sup, bro, you're alive?" Or something equally illogical and dumb. And Nemuri would probably cry. Also, they are both still unconscious. That's a small problem. Oh, damn it. Where was Emi when you needed her? I'll work for Ketsubutsu, UA needs to have competitors, his butt. Okay, Aizawa. You're an adult. You're a hero. You can deal with those suicidal, overconfident idiots called hero core students. You can deal with the corpse of a suicidal, overconfident young hero that just happened to be your friend. Oboro Kurojiri was standing silently, a bit away from Stain and Mr. Compress, the latter of which has returned to his inconspicuous outfit and was apparently playing solitaire on a table. Stain, in the meantime, was ignoring everyone. Aizawa, eyes back on Oboro. Yes, better. I was wondering who would approach me first. Oboro says in Kurojiri's voice. I must say that I expected Hizashi to make the first move. Or Namuri. So, I was the last choice. Aizawa decides to comment. He is still eyeing Kurojiri curiously, standing in just the right distance to use his capture scarf if something fishy happens. Not unexpected. I expected them to come first too. Unfortunately, they both glance at the door that they were just carried through. Midnight, completely drunk. Present Mike, simply unconscious. He gets 3 seconds long silence before Kurojiri starts laughing. It's a subdued laughter, one that once again seems to be going from some invisible well, but it's familiar. It's painfully familiar. Not all of it, but something in it makes him feel as if someone was tearing off his nails one by one. You didn't change at all, Sho. Kurojiri, or is it Oboro, says at the end of the outburst. How exactly did you get roped into becoming friends with 3 crazy extroverts? I didn't notice it back then, but now I understand how unlikely that was. Oh yeah, the most important question. And then he married one more crazy extrovert. And that's without counting in Tensei Ida, who happened to be almost a member of their old party. Close friend, just not a best friend. He was slightly more reserved than the average among Shuta's friends, but still rather outgoing. Maybe Aizawa was secretly a MSCST? Hizashi decided that I'm going to be his friend. Shoyuta replies. Frankly, I think that I was kidnapped and the rest is Stockholm Syndrome. That's either a very non-subtle jab at my situation or the funniest thing I heard in my life. Kurojiri replies with a deep chuckle. I think the word you are looking for is adoption. Extroverts do not befriend introverts. They adopt them. That's a very good way of describing it. Aizawa Shoyuta, the man who expected to spend his life alone with several cats, before someone literally broke his door, knocked him out with a sleeping gas and made him wake up right at the beginning of a cat cafe date, can attest to that. All right. Enough of the small talk. Probe him. Figure how much of a truth this whole thing is. Is he truly Oboro? Or is this just a cruel joke of a villain powerful enough to beat All Might? You changed. Eraserhead says. And something in the fog shifts. Something feels serious. No longer relaxed, if somewhat tense, like earlier. A lot. Yes. Kurojiri replies calmly. I know. I was brain dead for several years. I had an entire personality pretty much installed on top of it through a mind-altering quirk. I was shaped to be a perfect human warp taxi, butler and a nanny. Then one day, I'm cleaning dishes and suddenly, I remember everything. He sighs. With this degree of brain damage, I simply shouldn't recover the memories. But I did. Are you really truly him? Eraserhead asks quietly. Kurojiri understands what the question is about. There is silence. Something that was so rare around Oboro. I honestly don't know. Replies eventually. I'm both the impeccable butler Kurojiri who always wears his perfectly fit suit and the slightly unhinged loud Cloud, who once almost changed his clothes in front of his class and didn't see anything wrong with that. It's not a split personality or anything like that. More like a merger between the two that I'm still trying to sort out. It's in a way reasonable. Kurojiri Oboro is honest with him, rather than going the "yeah, sure, I'm your old friend, now tell me your secrets" route. He sounds genuinely confused about himself. If you need help with sorting that out, just ask. Eraserhead isn't sure if he should say that. He gets the feeling that he just agreed to a lot of things. Most of them without really knowing. But some part of him knows that this is what he was supposed to say. Kurojiri hums. Eraserhead isn't sure how to interpret this. This really isn't how I imagined this meeting. Oboro says, you saw my death. Yet, Somehow, you are the one who is least freaked out by me being alive. I guess being an UA teacher taught you how to deal with impossible things on a daily basis. Eraserhead, against himself, smiles a bit. He also ignores the shocked gasps of several teachers, including Ectoplasm, Vlad King, and Snipe, who just got to see Eraserhead smile, and that was utterly unnatural to them. One way of saying it. He ignores the stares from his other two friends. They saw his faint smile. Their shock and confusion only grow stronger. Listen, I don't want to make it feel like I'm trying to interrogate you, but... Show, you are an underground hero. Oboro interrupts him. I'd be shocked if you didn't try to fish for info. Yeah, that's one way of approaching it. For as much as you are willing to trust my word for it, Hisashi Midoriya is honest about it. He really isn't here to commit mass murder, and as far as I know, he considers himself to have retired from villainy. He isn't the problem here. Then, what is the problem? Eraserhead asks, and Kurogyri sighs loudly. The children. Kurogyri replies dryly. Let me be frank with you. The worst of your normal problem children are adorable and obedient angels when compared to the nicest of the villain rehab coursers. The worst of which are basically Eldritch Abomination-style living embodiments of chaos, anarchy, arson, and disorderly SXL conduct, out for hero blood and tears. That's pretty much what I expected from children of supervillains. Eraserhead replies. That sounds like something to give you serious daddy or mommy issues. It's very easy to become an uncaring jerkass or worse, a completely chaotic mess. Kurogyri shrugs and decides to not inquire Aizawa about his parents over the uncaring jerkass part. Starting a fight like 2 minutes after being reacquainted with one of your old friends sounds like a bad idea. From the perspective of a few years and after obtaining some parenting teaching experience, Kurogyri has some deeply complicated thoughts about the teaching career of his old friend. It's probably worse than your worst nightmares. Oboro decides to not sugarcoat it. Frankly, I have no idea how some of them, especially the Midoriyas, manage to not kill themselves and everyone within at least a dozen-mile radius accidentally before reaching UA recruitment age. Wow, if that doesn't sound promising. So, am I supposed to make them live until graduation, or? Aizawa asks. Look, they are natural disasters purely accidentally. Kurogyri replies. Do you want them to be natural disasters purposefully targeting heroes? Aizawa calculates the estimated amount of destruction it would cause and divides it by the amount of work he'll actually have to put into pretending that he cares about those little sheets he calls students. The solution to the equation comes out as a probably necessary pain in the butt. I'll do my best. Aizawa admits. How are you, doing when they are involved? You said something about taking care of them? If they are as bad as he said, this sounded like a handful to deal with. Especially by one person. I have by all intents and purposes adopted at least several of them. Kurogyri replies while Aizawa blinks at him. Not to mention having to deal with an entire class of them and one of Hisashi's children. He looks down. I'm not sure if being alive again is worth it, Sho. Okay, he's going to have to find a way of helping him survive. He knows just the right thing to do about it. Ask Emmy to figure something out for him, because he clearly has zero idea what to do about this foreign thing called caring for students that's clearly driving Kurogyri into the ground. And she's an expert in it. Why is she with him again? Was it love? Was it professional respect? Was it Aizawa's almost improbable skills at using his capture scarf to immobilize people which could be employed in more ways than just capturing villains? Probably something out of the three. That's when Hisashi Midoriya enters the room. Through the window. It was closed at the time. Kurogyri, we're leaving. He shouts, startling everyone, as the bits of glass are scattered around him. He's clearly sweating bullets, his business suit messy and damaged. Now. What the hell? Hisashi, I'm not leaving. Inko replies calmly about 5 seconds later. Be mindful of your surroundings, your image, and the fact that I just obtained a best friend. Lunch Rush gives all for one a thumbs-up gesture while gurgling something incomprehensible. We have to escape right now. All for one goes full-blown, screw image, I want to live, and that alone tells Inko a lot about the severity of whatever happened. All Might did something too terrifying to even comprehend. Namely, Inko says, Hisashi has a faint feeling that his life depends on whether damaging the window was justified. Is he going to blow the school up to kill us? No. Did he persuade the HPSC to drop a nuke on Yuzurifu to kill us? Inko asks, as if those jackasses had the ball to do that. All for One shakes his head. Worse by an order of magnitude. Through some ancient sorcery or quirk bullshit, that buffoon managed to resurrect my younger brother. Oh. Inko blinks at him. That's quite bad, but... Inko, my love. Hisashi replies, completely ignoring their surroundings. At least they are speaking quiet enough that only Lunch Rush can hear them. And, well, Kurogiri who just approached them to figure out what was happening. Yoichi is a menace. Worse than you can possibly imagine. Try me. Asks. Imagine waking up to your alarm clock. All for One replies. You push the button to make it stop ringing, but it turns out that it was now a detonator for the explosives placed under your bed, so your bed explodes. Imagine trying to brush your teeth, only to discover that some jackass replaced your toothpaste with cyanide poison of similar consistency. Imagine trying to eat your breakfast in peace, but when you bite your sandwich, it explodes because someone replaced your butter with nitroglycerin and your bite somehow makes it explode. Imagine trying to sit down and read your favorite book, but hey, someone cut out its insides and replaced them with some miniaturized claymore mine, so when you open it up, it explodes in your face. Inko blinks at him a few times in shock. That's, rather creative. She admits. He should have told her all of that ages ago, but it was a traumatic and closed chapter of his life. He tried to forget. He tried so hard to forget. But don't you think that you're overreacting, Inko? He grabs her, adorable, cute and CC as hell, let's be honest about it, face by its sides, looking deep into her eyes. That's just one day. And we aren't even at noon yet. Silence in their small circle. Kurogiri looks shocked, speechless. Inko opens her mouth, before closing it, thinking something over for a solid few seconds, and then starting to go pale. He was unstoppable. Hisashi continues. Somehow, wherever I hid, he always found me. To this day, I have no idea how. I'm so good at avoiding death, like with those pitiful attempts that Nedzu made on me, because no one has ever come even close to Yoichi's sheer crack murder energy and imagination. Contrary to suspicions, I do not have a danger detection quirk, just an insane brother that has traumatized me for the rest of forever. And he's back for more. Wherever? Kurogiri decides to ask. Literally wherever? Yes, literally FNG wherever. Hisashi replies before shivering. The traumatic flashbacks are too strong. 221 years ago. That, disassembler, one of All for One's closest lieutenant, says. That's gotta be the longest we come without Yoichi finding your hideout. All for One really feels like disassembler is jinxing it. Then again, yeah, it's been almost a month without a murder attempt and All for One can finally focus on his attempt to take over the world. Without anything exploding near him. Or a murder squad of vigilantes that found him because Yoichi posted his home address on the internet, together with instructions on how to enter it without being noticed and a picture of sleeping AFO taken by himself while he was busy installing bombs or poison or something. All for One still had no idea how the F was he doing it. Good luck, Hisashi decides while looking behind the window, sending vigilantes against me here. The planet Earth is hanging behind the window of the small space station he placed on a geostationary orbit over Japan. Lack of gravity and potential long-term bone degradation is a small price to pay for being safe. Finally, 12 seconds later Hisashi sees Yoichi on one of the monitors, emerging from a space shuttle filled with supplies that has just docked to Hisashi's space station. Disassembler lets out a choking sound behind the Demon Lord. Hisashi adopts a face of perfect calmness, before clicking on the intercom button. Yoichi has entered the facility. He announces dryly, before taking a deep breath in. Every man for himself. Before anyone in the command center has the time to react, he dashes towards the nearest escape pod. So, we're leaving. All for one announces. And I'm going to seriously look for some dimension-hopping quirk, which should, probably, buy us at least 3 months or so, but don't quote me on that if. Yoichi Shigaraki enters the teacher's lounge, to the surprise of the teachers gathered and still busy figuring out WTF was happening. Through the window. Not the one that his brother flew through. Another one. And it was closed at the time as well. It didn't seem to matter to him. He shouts cheerfully, the injuries he sustained during his entrance clearly healing in an instant. I found you. All for one freaks out again. It's like salting a fresh wound, except it was an emotional one. Don't call me that way. Hisashi shouts while diving behind Inko. You're no longer my brother, leave me alone. Brother, why are you treating me like this? Yoichi walks towards him slowly. I just wanted to meet you again. And look, you have a family now. Don't. Hisashi shouts. Inko looks like she has no idea what is happening anymore. Stay away from me. And from them too. But I have nephews now. Yoichi replies. And a sister-in-law. You totally should introduce me to them, but if you can't do to being silly. Name's Yoichi Shigaraki. I'm Hisashi's younger brother. Pleasure to meet you. Inko Midoriya. Inko replies with a slight bow. Pleasure to meet you as well. All for one shrieks in horror. Stay away from my children. All for one shouts from behind his wife's back. They are walking disasters even without you being there to influence them any further. You're an embodiment of chaos and destruction, a walking definition of lack of common sense, a total idiot that was probably dropped a few times on your head in childhood, and worst of all, a freaking mommy fetishist. I'm not letting. A mommy fetishist? Yoichi shouts back, clearly hurt by only a single part of his brother's reply. He stops approaching, and instead glares at his brother. I beg your pardon, Heiken. I'm not a mommy fetishist. I'm a muscular hero mommy fetishist. You have to be a bit more spicy. Kurogyri, emergency warp. All for one screams. While he is distracted by the cane shaming. Kurogyri promptly opens a warp gate that swallows him, Hisashi and Inko, a moment before Yoichi woke up from the surprise and lunged after them. The teachers were, naturally, shocked speechless by the exchange. Oh well, Diamen. Mr. Compress scratches his head, while glancing at Stain. You think he'll remember that he left us behind? Inko will remind him. Stain replies calmly. In about 5, 4, 3, 2. He is about to say 1 when Kurogyri's warp gate opens between them, all for one grabbing them both and pulling them inside before Yoichi could try something crazy. Less than 5 seconds later the warp gate opens again, Mr. Compress promptly grabbing the card deck he used for solitaire before the warp gate finally closes for good. Aizawa is, once again, one to recover his ability to speak the fastest. What just happened, and who are you? I'm Yoichi Shigaraki. The white-haired menace announces, while smiling widely. Hisashi Midoriya's younger brother, All Might's chosen mean of psychologically torturing the UA's new vice principal and, as of today, a new student of UA and a part of your class. Oh, that Aizawa hates. And don't worry about Hisashi. Yoichi smiles like an angel. The contract he signed states that he has to show up to work and perform adequately. Or he'll die. So we'll have all the time in the world to sort out our little family drama. He's really looking forward to this. Not to mention finally becoming a pro-hero. He lived too early for the system, and now he can actually do it. All while rubbing his success in All for One's face. Oh, he was so happy that he got to live again. Within One for All. You know, I'm still shocked by the fact that we can manifest outside of the holder's body. And announces. I think I lack the mental capacity to react to what I just saw happen in front of me. Same. Daigoro Banjo replies, while scratching his chin. Honestly, what the hell? I get it that Yoichi's kinda weird occasionally, but why on earth is All for One freaking out like that when he sees him? Shouldn't it be the other way around? He, unfortunately, lacked the context. All Might was only now heading towards the teacher's lounge, and they were still connected to him. They knew that Nana was heading there as well, All for One managing to shake her off, but that's all. Just a vague feeling. At least we got to see all for one booking it out of the room through the window due to being abjectly terrified. And adds, I'm going to cherish that one memory for a while. Hikage appears out of nowhere. I've shaken the second holder awake. The hermit says. The group of active holders is surprised that they didn't think of it themselves. I told him that Yoichi found a way of manifesting outside of the holder's body. What did he say? Nana asks curiously. He freaked out and said that we're all going to die. Hikage deadpans. Before trying to find out if he can commit seppuku and terminate his existence despite being a ghost. Turns out he can't, so he is now busy crying in the corner. Wait, what? 217 years ago. Drink my blood, damn it. The white-haired instrument of chaos yells, pursuing the leader of the resistance movement through its headquarters. Zero is a legend at this point. The leader of all of those who are still ready to rise against the demon lord that has taken over Japan during the past decade. But despite all of that, he isn't ready for that. No one out there is. Yoichi Shigaraki might be a legend as well, but Zero is going to forever regret letting him out of that vault. Putting his brother there might have been Hisashi Shigaraki's one and only good idea, although don't expect Zero to admit that aloud. Why is this confrontation happening? Because Yoichi read a comic where the protagonist had the ability to transfer his power to another person by making them drink their blood. And yeah, Zero draws the line here. Yoichi has no proof that it works that way for him. He just wants to see if it does. Because his body grew so weak that he can't hunt his brother as efficiently as before. The madness of the assumption that his quirk worked that way is just astounding. Zero jumps out through the window. Yoichi Shigaraki jumps after him. It's 27th floor. Zero has an aerokinetic quirk allowing him to fly. Yoichi, in the meantime, is just insane and probably sold his self-preservation instinct to the devil for superhero comics. Or that was a part of his plan. Zero discovers it when he catches Yoichi, only for the man to immediately, and with no hesitation whatsoever, bite off his finger and start bleeding into Zero's mouth. The fact that it actually worked surprised them both equally. Villain Network. #4dead heroes in chat room. Eclipse, alright. Eclipse said everyone. Eclipse, I just got a very short and concise letter from my daughter. Right after she departed to the movie night with that man's children. Eclipse, now she isn't picking up her phone, Kurojiri isn't picking up his phone, that man isn't picking up his phone, and the movie night location is apparently on FNG fire. Eclipse, literally. Eclipse, if any of you fuckers pulled this on me, I'm going to commit a mass murder against whatever social group you're representing. Purity. Purity, what the hell? Purity, Maki and Rai aren't picking up their phones either. Purity, Beast you inbred a-hole, is that your doing? Beast, don't put that on me, slut. Beast, my daughter is gone as well. Purity, wait, Deathmonger found a letter from them. Purity, oh, I think I know why Eclipse didn't go into details of her letter. Beast, Pseudo left none for me. Purity, probably because she thinks you can't read. Beast, you. Purity, I'd say, in your dreams, but seeing your SXL track record so it's obvious that you are dreaming of it. Beast, at least I'm not going after children. Purity, teenagers damn it, I have standards. Overhaul, Man-Wolf vs. Woman-Cougar, episode Mr. Compress, said the man-toucan. Overhaul, you are all disgustingly primitive and I literally hate your guts. Overhaul, also don't tag me, I'm having a business meeting tonight. Selling drags is hard work and I don't have time for your family dramas. Glassmaker, Chisaki-kun, you gotta stop doing that. Overhaul, selling drags? Glassmaker, no, spending your entire income from that on gacha rolls. Overhaul, keep talking about that and I'm going to sell your kidneys for gacha roll coupons. Overhaul, that's a promise, not a threat. Mr. Compress, let him go, who never had an unhealthy coping mechanism throw the rock first. Glassmaker, rock emoji hand emoji. Mr. Compress. I hate the fact that I can't think of any when you're involved. Mr. Compress, on a side note, my son is gone too, but he said that he will return when the time is right. Mr. Compress, I'll trust him. Eclipse, oh great. Mischief isn't picking up her phone either. Eclipse. I'm 99% sure that All for One just kidnapped our heirs and ran away from the country. Eclipse. F-. Eclipse. That or Garaki somehow went to bed with the swole Doofenshmirtz from Daika behind our backs and decided to bulk up on quirks for the Numu project. Liberator. Swole who? Eclipse. You know what, that's just sad. Eclipse. I meant Redestro, you fuckwit. Liberator. If you woman. Liberator. I'm not a fuckwit. Eclipse. Or are we still pretending he doesn't exist? Liberator. Oh yes, ignore me. Dictator. Redestro just med me that Geeton's sister disappeared from one of the MLA bases together with his daughter. He also wants us to unban him from the chat room. And yes, he is willing to pay for it too. Eclipse. Ah yeah, classic Redestro. When facing a problem, throw money at it. Mr. Compress. He at least has money to throw at problems. Eclipse. First of all, rude. Eclipse. Second of all, go throw yourself from a building, clown. Mr. Compress. I am not a clown. I am the entire circus. Eclipse. Also, I can't believe I'm asking that question, but heroes? And vigilantes? Dictator. I just phoned Miruko, Ms. Joke, and Knuckleduster. Dictator. Miruko kept laughing for like a minute before disconnecting. Ms. Joke said that she doesn't know anything, but even if she did, she wouldn't tell us shit. Knuckleduster told me to F off. Eclipse. Why do you even have their numbers? Dictator. It's a secret. Mr. Compress. Now I'm interested. Dictator. I'm a goddamn information broker. I thought that it was obvious why I have their numbers. Mr. Compress. There goes my secret love square theory. Purity. Oh great. Now I need to bleach my brain. Dictator. Jesus Christ Compress. Mr. Compress. Shrugging emoji. Dictator. Garaki is probably too busy sad drinking due to All for One leaving the country, but Six says that the Villain Factory didn't do anything either. Dictator. Imaginer is too much of an idiot to pull something like that. Stain doesn't have the assets. Mechanist, where the F is mechanist. Liberator. Using his state-of-the-art cybernetic brain to play 12 simultaneous League of Legends games. Dictator. Nanny the F. Dictator. Someone's still playing this. Dictator. I had to FNG Google to find out what it is. Liberator. He's playing against the AI he himself wrote. Liberator. The AI is winning. Dictator. Well, that's just FNG hilarious. Dictator. Except not at all. Eclipse. Let's wait for the missing supervillains to show up for the serious talk. In the meantime, keep looking throughout contacts for real. Eclipse. Thus far it really sounds like an all-for-one scheme. Mr. Compress. Either that or Izuka Midoriya decided that he doesn't want to leave the country without his friends, so he kidnapped them all behind All for One's back. Eclipse. Purity. Dictator. Eclipse. I hate the fact that this sounds like a plausible alternative. That kid is like All for One, but feral. And probably with rabies. Dictator. On a side note, are we unbanning Garaki and Redestro or not? Dictator. I'm pretty damn tired of acting as a relay between you and them. Dictator. Why did we even ban Redestro? Eclipse. You remember the music bot? Dictator. 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 That happened. Liberator. What? Eclipse. Mechanist spent a week trying to figure out why was the music bot installed into the server was regularly playing Phineas and Ferb jingles for no apparent reason. Eclipse. Not to mention it blasting Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated each time Redestro logged in. Eclipse. Mechanist actually suspected me for FING up with Redestro. Turned out that this shithiel from Daika bought the entire FING company behind the bot and told them to set it that way to F with Mechanist. Liberator. What I'm hearing is, he has a decent sense of humor and more money than I have, so I hate him. Eclipse. Okay, you shitbut, that's IT. Eclipse. We're voting to ban Liberator. Moderator Eclipse set up a poll. Title. Are we banning the murder Shota? Yes, no, undecided. 5-3-2. Liberator. Liberator at Overhaul. Liberator. I need you here, buddy. Overhaul. For F's sake, I was gone for like 10 minutes. Overhaul. Eclipse, stop banning people for looking mean at you or I'll stop selling you the quirk suppression bullets. Moderator Eclipse deleted a poll. Title. Are we banning the murder Shota? Liberator. That was close. Liberator. TX Chisaki. Overhaul. Overhaul. I'm selling drags, go bother someone else. Eclipse. Liberator. In your dreams Shota-kun. Eclipse. Eclipse. Sun. Eclipse. 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 Beach. Overhaul. You're asking for it, you know that? Purity. Does someone even remember that our children were kidnapped and or escaped from home to somewhere that's not their home? Purity. Maybe focus on that. Purity. Also at Dictator go tell Redestro that we'll let him back in if he pays us and milk him for whatever you can. And let's bring Garaki back while at it. We can stomach his regular why aren't you like all for one rants for a moment. Purity. It's a FING crisis, you bunch of FIN idiots, everyone on the FING board or F off. Villain Network. Hashtag morally ambiguous for greater good chat room. Knuckleduster. Did Dictator phone you too to ask about missing supervillain kids? Ms. Joke, yes. Miruko, ha ha. Knuckleduster, I'll take that as yes from you, Miruko. Miruko, ha ha. Gengarka, give her a moment. Gengarka, also she just broke a table by accident due to thrashing around in a laughing fit. Gengarka, Miruko, ha ha. Shishido, the hell is happening? Knuckleduster. Apparently children of the majority of supervillains went for a movie night together and vanished. Knuckleduster. Looks like a mass escape from homes. Lady Nagant. Define mass. Knuckleduster. No idea, but it's certainly multiple kids. Lady Nagant. I didn't even know those assholes had children. Ms. Joke. I knew that Eclipse had a daughter but that's all. Ms. Joke. Also WTF? Their children were having movie nights together? I thought half of them hates each other with passion. Ms. Joke. Purity hates Beast, Beast hates Purity, Overhaul probably hates everyone including himself and Mr. Compress is Mr. Compress. Ms. Joke. Only the anti-quirk circle jerk of Liberator, Eclipse, Mechanist and, sometimes, Overhaul, somehow works together but barely and I'm like 70% sure that Eclipse has a crush on the Eternal Shota but can't process it properly. Crawler. Okay, so who would be insane and powerful enough to suddenly kidnap all children of supervillains out there? Ms. Joke, Nedzu. Knuckleduster, Rhett. Gangorka, Mr. Principal. Miruko, Rodent. Ms. Joke. Hubby, I need your input on that. Eraserhead. Eraserhead, it's classified. Ms. Joke, so it's Nedzu. Ms. Joke. Case closed, we can go back to doing our things. Ms. Joke. Fastest investigation ever. Miruko, hold the F up. Miruko, the hell is Nedzu planning? Eraserhead, it's classified. Miruko, Miruko, so. Miruko, fess up or I'll kick you through a window. Eraserhead, no, seriously. Eraserhead, we're all going to unironically die if the wrong people find out. Eraserhead, Nedzu and All Might asked me nicely, maybe it was blackmail, to ask you all to make sure that their parents are too busy to try to get their kids back. Miruko, I'm in if you tell us what's happening to those children. Ms. Joke, yeah, I'm not helping in anything illegal, especially when children are involved. Ms. Joke, and we all know that Nedzu has a reputation, so to speak. Carrot. Knuckleduster, same. Eraserhead, all of the children involved in said movie night have run away from home to become heroes together and have just been enrolled to UA. Miruko, ha ha. Ms. Joke, oh my god. Ms. Joke, it had to be a Diamond good movie LLXD. Eraserhead, apparently 10H long marathon of All Might movies but they watched them on UA grounds already. It was planned ahead in detail. Knuckleduster. Crawler, don't mind him, it's his definition of laughter. Lady Nagant, I confirm. Though it makes him look like he is constipated and angry about it. Knuckleduster, don't push it. Crawler, they're going to have a meltdown when they figure out what happened, aren't they? Eraserhead, yes. Crawler, awesome. Eraserhead, yes. Eraserhead, Nedzu just kidnapped the entire next generation of supervillains and is going to mold them into next top heroes. If the press, commission and their, well, only a minority of them has those supervillain parents fail to intervene. Eraserhead, the real problem is that he also kidnapped some runaway and or thought to be dead top hero kids, so I'm already having a headache over this and I've read like half of their profiles thus far. Maruko, what stupid fuckers from the top roster lost their kids like that? Eraserhead, image of a younger Maruko with black hair, staring angrily at a camera with a katana in her hands. Eraserhead, you did. Maruko, what the f? Ms. Joke, Maruko, you have a daughter. Maruko, hold up. Maruko, I would have Tio get Pierning while 10 years old for her to be this big. Maruko, and I don't have any siblings or cousins. Maruko, Eraserhead, what the hell? Eraserhead, Villain Factory apparently had a program for vat-grown villains, and they might have borrowed some of your DNA. Maruko, what? Eraserhead, also they spliced you with the hero killer, so you and Stain technically have a biological child. Maruko, what? Eraserhead, she is practically second you, but with a katana, his quirk, and the diet consisting mostly of fresh meat and livers, she apparently loves those. Maruko, what? Eraserhead, Stain is apparently distraught by it as well, and has decided to sort the mess out by asking you out on a date through me. Might be in a fighting ring. He pays. Maruko, Ms. Joke, I'd med you the coordinates of the Villain Factory base that the underground heroes located near your hero agency. Have fun. Maruko, Garaki, you are so f dead. Crawler, and she is offline. Ms. Joke, Eraserhead. Eraserhead, yes? Ms. Joke, I'm proud of you. Eraserhead, I wasn't joking. Ms. Joke, what? Eraserhead, oh, and before I forget. Eraserhead, Lady Nagant's biological daughter is there as well, part of the same program. Lady Nagant, what the f? Ms. Joke, I'd med you the coordinates of the Villain Factory base that the underground heroes located near your hideout. Have fun. Lady Nagant, I'm putting a bullet in someone's head right FANG now. Crawler, how many Villain Factory bases did the underground heroes locate without telling anyone again? Ms. Joke, let's just say that I just dismantled a major underground heroes operations for the purpose of making those two calm the f down and commit acts of arson and murder where it won't injure anyone we don't want injured. Ms. Joke, if I tell you what I know about the VF base in Narahata, are you going to drop the subject? Crawler, be back in a few hours. Villain Network. Hashtag 4deadheroes in chat room. Mr. Compress, so, everyone's in? Mr. Compress, including the band duo? Redestro, yes. Dr. Grog, Mr. Compress, brilliant. Mr. Compress, also I'd like to remind you that this week I'm the one setting the nicknames and I was just waiting for the mass unbanning to use that power. Eclipse, user, Mr. Compress, changed, Eclipse, nickname to, not Shotokan. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Purity, nickname to, Naughty Nun. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Beast, nickname to, Fernie for None. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Overhaul, nickname to, Murdertukan. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Mechanist, nickname to, Ugly R2D2. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Dictator, nickname to, Touchy Feely. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Redestro, nickname to, Theuf Quirkism. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Dr. Garaki, nickname to, Disappointed Dad. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Glassmaker, nickname to, Everyone's Big Sis. User, Mr. Compress, changed, Liberator, nickname to, It's Satrap. User, Mr. Compress, changed his nickname to, Entire Circus. Fernie for None, F-. Naughty Nun. Why didn't we vote him out of the timetable? Not Shotokan. I vote to change that. Theuf Quirkism. Theuf Quirkism. You realize that Quirkism is at best 10% of what the MLA is doing, right? Theuf Quirkism. And I don't even like those guys. Not Shotokan. Okay, we'll sort out the Mr. Compress situation later. Not Shotokan. Does anyone know anything about the missing kids? Not Shotokan. I think that's a priority right now. Not Shotokan at everyone. Entire Circus. I know nothing. Fernie for None. No signs of them. Naughty Nun. Didn't find anything either. Touchy Feely. Nope, nothing. Theuf Quirkism. Not a word thus far. Disappointed Dead. I'm not even looking. It's either all for one and I'm not acting against his will, or someone whom I don't care about knowing. You lot should know better than that. Not Shotokan. Alright. Not Shotokan. Thank y'all for being absolutely effing useless. Not Shotokan at Murder Toucan. Murder Toucan, Chronostasis here. Boss is unavailable. Not Shotokan. What happened? Murder Toucan drew a legendary role in his favorite gacha game. The girl in question looks like Eri. Murder Toucan. He knocked himself out with his quirk after almost dismantling half of the Shai Hasikai in rage. Should be back to the world of the living by tomorrow. Not Shotokan. Jesus and Christ, when is he going to get over that? Murder Toucan. Considering the size of the gacha addiction that he fell into as a coping mechanism, I have no clue. But probably not soon. Naughty Nun. Who is going to be the one to tell him that it's good? That all for one took Eri away because she was a bad influence on him? Naughty Nun. All those murders. Naughty Nun. That child, and he scares me. Not Shotokan. Mood. A year ago. That group is infringing on our territory. Chronostasis says. It's just a minor gang, thinking that Yakuza is over and all that. We should be able to scare them properly. Or, well, do that lethally. Overhaul thinks it over. His heart is leaning towards killing them all. Yakuza is important to him, but the mind thinks that it's going too far and would bring heroes upon their heads, and suddenly he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He looks down and it's Eri, smiling at him as she always does. You've got this, Uncle Chisaki. She smiles like an angel, and Overhaul can feel his heart grow warmer. I believe in you. Be honest with yourself and act as you want to. Don't let your dreams stay dreams. You're right, Eri. Overhaul smiles while patting her head. Chronostasis, we're going to kill them all. And we're going to make it hurt. Not Shotokan at Ugly R2D2. Ugly R2D2. 11000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010001000100010 Not Shotokan. F dash. Not this sheet again. Not Shotokan. Mechanist, are you drunk again? You're 90% machine, you literally shouldn't be able to get drunk. And you only talk in binary when you are drunk. Not Shotokan. Use the auto-translation from binary plugin, people. Ugly a 2D2, binary I lost her, I have the right to get drunk. Not Shotokan. Another kidnapped person? Who the f did you lose? Ugly or 2D2, binary I met her through the internet. She was my most trusted advisor. Someone who actually understood the purity of steel and silicon and its natural superiority to the faulty flesh. Ugly or 2D2, binary she was advising me on my project to replace the Japanese government with robots. She just sent me a message that she is leaving because she has something to do on her own. Ugly R 2D2, binary where are you, Baby Factories 0123. Not Shotokan. Jesus, seeing him act like that is just sad. Not Shotokan. You are a supervillain, act like it. Not Shotokan. I'm crossing that one out of the list of suspects. Not Shotokan. Mechanist doesn't lie when he is drunk. Siuf Quirkism. Are we going to address the replace the Japanese government with robots part? Not Shotokan. We are all, well, most of us, trying to overthrow the society itself. Does it matter whether the government we destroyed was composed of people or robots? Siuf Quirkism. Excuse me for asking, but are you on drags? Not Shotokan. God, I wish. Not Shotokan at everyone's big sis. Everyone's big sis. Era. Everyone's big sis. I made a map showing their most likely location. Everyone's big sis. IMG. Not Shotokan. That's a geographic map of the entire world, though. Everyone's big sis. Yes, and I'm retired, so don't expect me to try to narrow it down. Everyone's big sis. Now shoot. Not Shotokan. Wow, that was FING helpful, glassmaker. Not Shotokan at It's a Trap. It's a trap. First of all, I don't care. It's a trap. Second of all, few compress. It's a trap. Third of all, are you all so effing dumb that you can't even I dunno? It's a trap. Make a list of people who have the power to pull that sheet on you and start to cross them out one by one. It's a trap. Also, I'm leaving because I have a terrorist attack penciled in an hour. Entire circus. About point 2, I'm not interested. Ask Naughty Nun or Not Shotokan. You're literally their target demographic. Bonus points for you being older than them despite looking that way, so it's actually 10% less disturbing. It's a trap. Phew. Entire circus. Cute. Not Shotokan. You do realize that he will try to kill you? Entire circus. He already did. It's cute too. Naughty Nun. He has a point though. Entire circus. About you being into him? Naughty Nun. No, I'm into young adults, not people like him that look, what, 12 to 13 years old? Naughty Nun. The cross the suspects out line. Naughty Nun. How many people in this country are powerful and crazy enough to pull sheet like that? Aside from all for one? Fernie for none. Nedzu. Touchy-feely. Nedzu. Not Shotokan. Nedzu. Entire circus. Nedzu. Siuf Quirkism. Nedzu. Naughty Nun. I'm going to skin that rat alive. Disappointed. Did you just imply that all for one is crazy? Naughty Nun. Eraserhead glanced at the image on the TV. It was a recording from the helicopter showing a battle ongoing in Kyoto. It was a very nice shot of a furious Maruko yelling at the enemies to come at her, standing on at least 20 meters high pile of dead Numis, with more and more of them climbing onto the bodies of their fallen comrades to get close to the rabbit hero. Who, by the way, was barely recognizable due to being practically soaked in Numu's blood. Well, he shrinks in his chair, while pulling out a jelly pouch. This school year has started just fabulously. He has a faint feeling that the chaos was only beginning. Due to certain reasons that are way beyond my pay grade and certainly beyond your security clearance, Aizawa announces to the 1A class gathered in front of him. The people that were expelled during the Quirk apprehension test will be replaced today with a few transfer students. The class says nothing. Normally, they would have at least comment on it quietly, but he was there. The one dreaded by the student body. The grim reaper of happy school life. The destroyer of student souls. The rabid annihilator of hopes and dreams. Aizawa-sensei's new teaching assistant, the symbol of SDSM himself, known also as Sorahiko Torino. 1A knew him for exactly 2 days and they already shivered when the tyrant of UA marched past them. To draw his attention to you was to court death. Or worse, expulsion and through it, the whole life with a black mark in your record. Come in. Aizawa then says. 5 people enter the class in order. 4 young men and 1 young woman. To a slight, but quickly concealed, disappointment of the student body, which was already almost uniformly composed of boys. Yayorozu, Hagakure, Jairu and Mina. That was just 4 girls for 20 students in the one. Sure, none of them were expelled during the Quirk apprehension test, which took out 4 boys out of the equation, which meant that the addition of the newcomers improved the situation slightly, but 5 girls per 20 students. What the hell? This was just downright ridiculous. Were the all-girls school like Sia eating the surplus girls or what? Were heroics somewhat unpopular among them? Why are there so few girls? It SCKD. Boys seemed to agree with the girls on that, but none of them seemed interested in leaving to make space to enroll more girls. Especially as, seeing what just happened, it would just mean replacing them with more boys. In order of entering, Aizawa-sensei announced dryly. Yuichi Shigaraki, Daigoro Banjo, Hikage Shinamori, Nana Shimura and Air. N. He blinks to the side, at the student in question. That's your name? Yes, Aizawa-sensei. N replies dryly. That's my name. I never had any other name, that's how my mother referred to me, and it's certainly not that my real name was somewhat dumb-sounding and provoked people to make even dumber-sounding nicknames for me, which resulted in me doing my best to make everyone forget my hypothetical true name. The one that wasn't N. Well, suit yourself. Aizawa shrugs. And it is then. Someone in the class lets out a faint choking sound at Aizawa, treating the student in question like a human being. Probably Mineta, the most unexpected survivor of Aizawa Shuda's great student purge. When Gran Torino glances in the direction of the sound, he finds nothing amiss. The surviving students learned fast. For legal purposes, Aizawa then says, I have to state that any similarities between the newly enrolled students and long-dead pro-heroes are purely coincidental. The fact that they look identical, have identical names and use identical quirks in identical ways is, similarly, a pure coincidence. Silence in the class. If someone claims otherwise, be it on the school's social media, in a talk with someone not from the school, or even in a talk between students, Aizawa continues. The punishment will be corrective training with Torino-sensei. All students shiver at once, so intensively that even the room itself seems to vibrate for a moment. Questions? No one has any. And if they had, they'd be probably too terrified to admit it in fear of the question being wrong. Great. Aizawa states dryly. Now listen up. In about 3 weeks, the school is going to organize a publicly transmitted wargame. Between our entire hero course and what's currently still a secret for a moment more, a new addition to the school. The Villain Rehab course. The buildings that you were told to keep away from in the northwestern edge of the UA grounds? It's their space. No one says a word. Your future might depend on how well you perform. Aizawa adds, so you better give your best. Class dismissed. This is terrifying. Kaminari whispers when Aizawa and Gran Torino leave. The students are still too mortified to stand up from their seats. After all, what if it's a trap? Wish I could transfer to 1B. Come on. Ciro whispers to him from behind. It's probably just as bad if not worse than our class. You don't think that anyone in this school actually gets to be happy during their school years, right? In the meantime, 1B. Alright, you bunch of absolute little sheets. Vlad King announces to his class right after starting his homeroom. Who punched that sandbag in the school's gym through the wall? Be honest with me here. It's a serious damage to the school facilities. That was me. Itsuka Kendo announces cheerfully. I got a bit too enthusiastic during a spar and I punched Tetsu through the sandbag and the wall. Sorry about that, Ken-sensei. Yep, but that was awesome and manly as hell. Tetsu announces before high-fiving Kendo. You punched him through the wall? Vlad King stares at her for a solid 3 seconds. Holy shit, that's rad. Can you do it again? I have to see it. As the class starts chanting, punch him, together with their teacher, Psycho Intelli is suddenly hit by a strange feeling that could be summed up, why exactly am I at this school? Is this the imposter syndrome thing? Why does she feel like she took someone's place in 1B, despite earning her position through a recommended student exam? Some part of her feels like she is more adult than most of the people in the room. Like she was supposed to be born a year earlier and be in 2nd year by now. Very weird feeling. Is it like deja vu or? Honestly, Yurashi feels kinda out of place too, but Psycho Intelli then decides to ignore it all and go native, promptly starting to chant with the rest of the class. It takes Yoichi about 10 seconds to realize who is going to be his main helper on his war plan Alpha. The one that he actually agreed upon with all might, who, honestly, is now his most favored living human being. The rest is just meeting with them. During the break after the homeroom class. Hello there. He smiles while waving his hand. I'm Yoichi. Yoichi Shigaraki. Oh, nice to meet you. She replies. I'm Mina. Mina Ishido. Are you, by chance, somehow related to the vice principal? You're kind of similar, especially the messy white hair and… Oh, it's perfect. Yeah, I'm actually his younger brother. Yoichi admits. A complicated story, he basically decided to follow me here. He is a bit protective, but expect him to act like he doesn't care about me or worse. Oh, a hard-to-get Onaikan. Mina smiles. Yeah, I get it. She is perfect. Just perfect. Not quite. He leans towards before leaning over and whispering in a conspiratorial manner. It's also because All Might is here. Mina mirrors his movement and whispers back. He's an All Might's fanboy? Oh, she's taking the bait. It's time for the coup de main. Something that Yoichi perfected during the years of launching numerous devastating psyops, or just plain old mental torture against his brother. Like that one time when he trained a bunch of pigeons to cheat on every black business suit in the vicinity of his brother's organization headquarters, before opening a chemical laundry supposedly specializing in cleaning business suits, taking advantage of his brother's mental quirks in order to lure him into the building that then exploded. It was one of his proudest schemes. In hindsight, he should have instead washed his brother's suit in a way that would fill the suit with a slow-working poison working through the skin contact. That would be an even better plan. Worse than that, Ashido-san. Yoichi smiles. He hopes that All Might will hire him as a sidekick like Sir Night-Eye, because, believe it or not, he has a celebrity crush on the #1 hero. Mina's mouth opens wide. No way. She looks absolutely amused by it. Like you wouldn't believe. Yoichi manages not to giggle. Expect him to keep hiding that, because he is married and with children, but deep inside he's a big gay. And a bottom. He dreams of being All Might's subordinate in more ways than one, if you catch my drift. If All for One thought that he could somehow avoid Yoichi's righteous wrath, then his brother was deluding himself. As if not being allowed to murder people ever stopped him from anything. Yes, I'm acutely aware that you're able to commit various unpleasantries on me and my school for daring to attempt to rehabilitate villains instead of putting them in Tartarus for the rest of existence just for daring to exist in Japan, Nedzu speaks through his phone. But I'd like to point out that I possess a perfect counterargument. Namely, go sek my rat d-dash, you stupid beach. Goodbye. He puts the phone down. Power Loader gives him a weird look. All for One looks like he is actually enjoying the sight, with an exception of being slightly paranoid over the possibility of Yoichi hiding somewhere in the room. Wow, that was as unpleasant as ever. Nedzu admits. The HPSC president is going to sheet bricks when she sees our new vice principal, not to mention the absolute massacre that the villain rehab will publicly incur on our hero course students. He looks absolutely delighted at the prospect of getting the humans that he was tasked with guiding into greatness get publicly humiliated and, the worst-case scenario, having their futures utterly broken. So, she refuses to allow us to use other hero schools as reinforcements. All for One grins lightly. Why do I have a feeling that she's going to change her mind when she sees the public swaying towards the OMG, we don't want them to become villains option and she'll focus her assets and influence on trying to hammer the nail in? Because you're surprisingly smart, Hiken. Yoichi announces, suddenly standing up from behind Nedzu's desk. All for One promptly shrieks before jumping out of the closed window again. Yoichi, naturally, jumps after him. You know, Power Loader says after clearing his throat. That this is the third window he broke today, and that's without counting several walls that he ran through? Me and Cementos have to spend half of our shifts repairing the damage. Yes, I'm acutely aware, Power Loader. Nedzu smiles. That's why I gave you a raise. Call Cementos here and repair my office, please. I might be covered in fur, but this doesn't mean that I enjoy the cold wind. In the meantime, I gotta go do something crucially important. Namely, Power Loader asks while sending Cementos a message. I've got to visit a parent of one of our students. Nedzu replies. Power Loader could spot that particular dodge of the subject from orbit. We'll start working on preparing details of this delicious wargame of ours tomorrow. Oh, it's going to be brilliant. Redestro is almost done with today's share of screeching and desperate searching for confirmation of Nedzu being the mass kidnapper that seemed to occupy the supervillain chat nowadays when he suddenly receives a message. A special one. An intruder has entered Daika's airspace. Everyone into positions. He shouts while jumping off his couch. This is not a drill. Skeptic, everything ready? Yes, Grand Commander. Skeptic replies as dryly as possible. He isn't a big fan of what's about to happen. It's Slidingo's turn. Geaton's here as well. We're all waiting for your signal to start the operation. Brilliant. Redestro rubs his hands vigorously. Prepare the jingle. Skeptic groans. The speakers come to live at just the right time, with a loud, Deterat Evil Incorporated, blaring throughout the Deterat tower when a trap springs to life, catching the intruder. What an unexpected surprise! Redestro said loudly while stepping into the large open space that covered most of the top level of his company's headquarters. And by unexpected I mean completely expected. The captive clicks his tongue loudly and with vague irritation. Robotic hands that emerged from the floor are holding him by his ankles. Wait! Redestro blinks at him. A rat-otter hybrid? The intruder, with a single move of his hand, puts a small fedora on his head. Nedzu the rat-otter hybrid? Nedzu clicks his tongue before growling slightly. Trying to confuse me with your camouflage, eh? Redestro comes forward, taking a position in front of Nedzu. Well, it didn't work. Also, did you really have to make a hole in the wall to enter? I built you a special door. There is a sign, for Nedzu only, above it. It's literally in your size. Nedzu growls before pointing towards the entrance in question with his tail. The extraordinary amount of non-lethal traps surrounding it is, as stated, extraordinary. Okay, you have a point, right? Redestro groans. I know what you've come here for, Nedzu. Behold, my hero to villain converto-inator. A light beam illuminates a new figure in the room. It's Slide and Go, the head of the MLA recruitment scheme within the ranks of the Pro Heroes. Present number 11 hero. Wearing a large cardboard box, with an extremely large red button in front. There is a self-destruction button inscription on it. Slide and Go's face is perfectly neutral. It's not his first rodeo. With his mighty power I'll manage to convert all the heroes in the country to serve me. Redestro announces triumphantly. And then, by using them, I'll finally defeat the president of the HPSC and take over the Tri-Prefecture area. Nedzu growls. He's probably plotting something, but Redestro is yet to realize what it is. When I do that, I'll finally take revenge on all those heroes and, well, normal people that dared to laugh about my big nose. Redestro roars. Do you have the tiniest idea how many times I had to hear jokes about it? Oh, look, it's Rikia Big Nose Yatsubashi. I hope you took a bath today or he'll smell you from a kilometer away. He shivers theatrically. Unfortunately, it's my hearing that was super good, so I get to hear all of that. Redestro groans. It's terrible, Mr. Nedzu the rat-otter hybrid. Horrible. But no more of this. Because today I shall finally... Suddenly he is kicked in the face and sent to the floor. He immediately rises from it, just to see Nedzu in front of him, in a boxer pose, his guard up. Then he looks to the side. There is another Nedzu, still grabbed by the robotic arms. Wait, that was a decoy robot? Redestro gasps in horror. You mean that I unloaded my traumatic backstory on a false you? Oh, now you've done it, Nedzu. Get in. A massive figure of ice emerges from the darkness of the room. It's Geaton, one of the strongest meta-ability users within the MLA, covered in ice that makes him be shaped into a vaguely humanoid but much bigger shape. I am Geaton, he announces in a fake robotic voice. I'm going to use physical violence in order to make Redestro realize that I see him as my parental figure, despite his recurrent failures in conquering the Tri-Prefecture area. Less talking, more smashing, Geaton. Redestro roars. Destroy him. Less than 10 minutes later, Nedzu jumps off the edge of the Deterat tower, immediately deploying a miniaturized paraglider that he was wearing on himself the whole time and taking off. His departure is accentuated by speakers playing off a recording of Redestro shouting Dingyu, Nedzu the rat-otter hybrid, while Deterat Company's pyrotechnics detonated some fireworks, making the uppermost level of the tower look like it was exploding for just a moment. The citizens of Daika barely took notice of the false explosion. It wasn't the first time. Hell, that was the second time this week alone. Congratulations to everyone involved in the operation. Redestro announces while standing up from the floor, where he was pretending to be defeated by Nedzu in a fierce brawl. Slide and Go, you were a very convincing plot device. Yeah. Slide and Go nods. Can I go back to my job now? It was in the middle of something and... Sure, you can go. Redestro nods, before turning towards another of the MLA executives involved in the operation. Keaton, are you sure that you don't have a talent for acting? Your ability to pretend that you're seeing me as your parental figure, almost an actual father, someone to replace that unfortunate sperm donor you were cursed with, is good enough to fool even someone like me. Yeah. Keaton sighs. Pretend. Can I go? I need to do something right now. Redestro permits it. Skeptic is almost certain that something is crying in his room. Skeptic, the technical side of the operations was executed perfectly. Redestro nods. Brilliant. Full marks. Spectacular. But I can't help but feel that you aren't particularly happy about your participation. Yeah, a bit. Skeptic sighs. Look, I get that it's your favorite way of stress management. And a good workout. Redestro cuts in. Write that as well. Skeptic nods. I also know that your daughter, who you're seeing as literally the most important person in the world, is really into that cartoon. Apparently because someone told her that Doofenshmirtz resembles you, has a similar tower, and is also evil while deeply loving his daughter to whom he is basically a perfect father. I gave a raise to the person who showed it to her. Redestro nods, naturally cutting in. He is, Skeptic realized long ago, absolutely incapable of not talking about his daughter whenever that subject was applicable. She's laughing each time she watches it, even if it's literally the 50th time she is watching the same episode. She was such a quiet and solemn child before, due to her disability, and finding out about Doofenshmirtz and Vanessa really changed her life. Right. Skeptic nods. But don't you think that involving the UA principal in your regular inscenizations is, look, she isn't even here, alright? She doesn't get to see your newest episode of your real-world Phineas and Ferb sequel. Yes, but as I said, it's still a good workout. Redestro cuts in. It's also helpful for me to relax, which, considering the fact that my quirk naturally makes me vulnerable to stress, is important. Besides, we both know that Nedzu will show her a recording. She's literally one of his students now. Yeah, and I'm not even touching the part when the other supervillains are going to go genocidal when they find out that you know where their kids are. Skeptic says. Look, I know that when she said that she wants to pursue her dream, Skeptic still didn't figure a good way of making Redestro realize that her dream was a boy. You immediately felt compelled to give her everything she asked for, but... Skeptic. Redestro puts a hand on his shoulder. Family is the most important thing, remember? What about the cause? Skeptic asks dryly. For me, Redestro smiles. Everyone that's fighting for the cause is my family. Thankfully, Keaton isn't here. It would just make his deeply internalized struggle to make Redestro notice that he is seeing him as his father more painful. Skeptic sighs. There is no winning here, and they have money for the whole thing. Redestro is literally the wealthiest person in the country, unless Nedzu's pockets are deeper than anyone assumes. Besides, Nedzu enjoys being allowed to stretch his legs and engage in physical violence from time to time as well. Redestro announces. And as stated, all members of the MLA are like my family. Making the head of our largest and most successful recruitment facility happy is a part of leading a centuries-old conspiracy to overthrow society. Skeptic. Few weeks ago. I can't. The student is on the verge of tears. I can't be expelled, please. I know that I failed Aizawa-sensei's test, but I'll do my best from now on, I promise. Yes. Getting expelled from a school as prestigious as ours and getting a black mark is a bad thing. Nedzu admits, looking at the student shrinking in the chair on the opposite side of his desk. Be bad. The student, well, not anymore, theoretically. No school will take me. Most jobs will be barred from me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life cleaning streets. I see can't, not right after I manage to get to the UA. Yes, it's unfair. Nedzu replies. However, he shrugs. Such is the system we're living in. I can't exactly do a lot about the way our society operates, now can I? Aizawa was promised freedom to expel students at will. He leans forward a bit. There are limits to what I can do when people higher than me and their influence in the Japanese education system is involved. Make him think that HPSC was involved, that it was protecting Aizawa due to some nefarious schemes of nepotism. Which wasn't true, but, well, the system was stupid. Making it sound slightly more stupid for the purpose of armed insurgency was perfectly logical, wasn't it? But do not worry, Nobuyuki-kun. Nedzu then says, the student staring at him with suddenly dawning hope. Yes, most of the schools would refuse to admit you after being expelled from UA. I know of an exception. A school that will gladly take you in, ignoring the black mark. And focusing on the fact that whatever issues Aizawa had with you, and focusing on the fact that you managed to get enrolled into the UA Heroics course. Why? You mean that I can still become a hero? The student asks, hope in full blown on his face. That's, Nedzu smiles. Certainly an option. He then hands the young adult a train ticket to Daika City. Someone will pick you up when you arrive. I wish you luck on your future endeavors, Nobuyuki-kun. He prepared 20 tickets, just in case of Aizawa doing him a favor and expelling a whole class. Unfortunately, he only threw out 5 students. The fact that Aizawa still thinks that Nedzu is keeping him around due to his teaching skills is absolutely hilarious to Nedzu. After 3 weeks of very hard work, the time has come to end the world as heroes and villains knew it. Nedzu was going to absolutely enjoy the chaos resulting from that particular public speech, even if he generally wished that he could feed the journalists in front of him to his pet sharks. Then again, what if Eraser Fin and Shark King got food poisoning out of that? He has standards. In the passing weeks, the UA has undergone great changes. Nedzu starts his speech. As a result, I've decided to make a public announcement concerning the changes. You disgusting parasites and sycophants, he adds in his mind. And curious, he corrects himself immediately. Disgusting parasites, sycophants and curious. She is clearly having the time of her life during the event, and Nedzu kind of doesn't feel like ruining that. He has a soft spot for everyone who is there to help the rat principal in his quest to see the world burn for sheets and giggles. The image of villains in our society is grossly oversimplified. Nedzu continues. As a result, often a single mistake, so common in early life, can ruin one's life and irreversibly lock one into the path of villainy. Our great country lacks proper programs for rehabilitation of at least the younger villains, and we all know what is the reason for that. Nedzu pauses his speech for a while. HPSC President, curious, playing with her pen in the first row, thinks. HPSC President, All Might, currently flanking Nedzu and trying to act like he was actually enjoying his public appearance rather than sleepily dreaming of bloody murder of the journalists in front of him, thinks. HPSC President, All for One, currently looking around nervously behind the stage in case Yoichi broke Nedzu's order to not interrupt the speech, thinks. HPSC President, Mr. Compress, Stain and Kurogyri, currently busy entertaining themselves secretly with All for One suffering, think. HPSC President, Yoichi, currently hiding right next to the building's back door to surprise his brother when he'll be leaving the building after the speech, thinks. HPSC President, the bird that was cawing behind the window, thinks, before departing to find some tasty worms to eat. Governmental policies and societal stigma, the journalists think. There is a reason why they're looked down upon by other people present. Lack of money, outdated governmental policies, and societal stigma. Nedzu decides to lie to avoid starting a civil war slightly ahead of schedule. The UA decided to become the trailblazer and organized a proper villain rehabilitation course. Let me introduce the head of it and the UA's new vice principal, Hisashi Shigaraki. As All for One enters the stage, in his standard immaculate business suit and a slightly mocking grin on his face, those who know who he is react in vastly different ways. In his laboratory, Dr. Garaki stares at his TV screen with an expression of utmost shock and disbelief. It lasts until Six decides to be the smart one, grabs Garaki's favorite Numo, the one with soft-skin quirk that makes it look like a plushie and that totally wasn't a child that acted like a brat in Garaki's official clinic, and gives it to him. Garaki starts promptly rocking back and forth in his chair, crying slightly on the inside. It also seems like he is praying to All for One that this is just All for One's another galaxy brain scheme, if Six is hearing it correctly, and hugging his plush Numu as if his life depended on it. In the HPSC headquarters, AFO's appearance was accidentally timed perfectly. The president and Yakumura Mera were sipping their coffee when it happened. As a result, they somehow spat it out at each other's faces. They didn't seem to notice that. Mera, how politically costly nuking Mizutafu and killing something like 100,000 Japanese citizens to kill AFO will be for us? President asks, her eyes still on the screen. Not worth it. Mera replies, his eyes on the screen as well. Nedzu will be there as well. She replies, narrowly not worth it. Mera corrects himself. Somewhere else, the supervillain chat room explodes. My name is Hisashi Shigaraki. All for One announces from the stand, Nedzu temporarily making space for him. I'm an underground hero under the name of Mao. Before someone asks, he sighs theatrically. It was a bit of an inside joke. My quirk was repeatedly referred to as villainous my whole life, due to it allowing me to make myself stronger at the expense of others. All Might tries very, very hard not to groan at this. He actually succeeds, to his own surprise. But it was a hard fight. Seriously, his archenemy putting it that way somehow makes him want to punch Shigaraki in the face even more than normally. I didn't let that fact limit myself. All for One announces. I have dedicated my life to helping others like me achieve their full potential. Okay, now All Might actually groans, although not loudly enough for the microphones to pick it up. And as a result, I was chosen to do the same thing for all the talented yet unfortunate students of the Villain Rehabilitation course. I believe that with the strengths of others from the UA added to mine, we can achieve something truly great. Wow, that's one way to threaten them publicly with stealing their quirks. Not like he can, then again he didn't threaten to murder anyone today, yet, so he probably was looking forward to this. All for One leaves the podium and stands right next to it, mirroring All Might's position. It's also a living reminder to all the supervillains out there that attacking UA right now is a very creative form of suicide. All for One, Nedzu and All Might include the HPSC president in the list of said supervillains. Nedzu returns to continue the speech. Due to overabundance of prospective students caused by the critical lack of villain rehabilitation programs in our country, we've decided to start big. Nedzu announces. 3 classes were formed, each composed of 10 students. As for their soon-to-be homeroom teachers, the 3 homeroom teachers enter the stage. Is that? Mera blinks at the screen in shock. The hero killer? With an obviously fake mustache? No way. The HPSC president shakes her head. Hero killer doesn't have a nose. Villain Network. Hashtag 4dead heroes in chat room. Not Shotokan. Fernie for none. What? Not even. Thumpus. Entire circus. Sayonara suckers. User, entire circus, left the chat room. Seuf Quirkism. Did he have a twice clone of himself operate the chat just to respond in real time to our shock at his TV appearance? Seuf Quirkism. Who am I kidding? Of course he did. Not Shotokan. Success. Not Shotokan. Not Shotokan. Touchy-feely. Wait. Not Shotokan. Touchy-feely. It's Kurogyri and Mr. Compress, but who is the third guy? Overhaul. Isn't that Stain with fake mustache? Touchy-feely. No. Stain doesn't have a nose. Overhaul. Oh, you're right. Villain Network. Hashtag morally ambiguous for greater good chat room. Crawler. They just actually announced it to the world. Crawler. I would bet my kidney that the supervillain chat is having a meltdown right now, but it's not like we have a way of checking that out. Ms. Joke. Oh, they totally have, 100% sure. Ms. Joke. especially over Mr. Compress being there. Ms. Joke, I could recognize him with my eyes closed. Lady Nagant, which has totally no connection with the phase you had you joined the levelers under a villain name of Laughing Trickster, live a double life as a hero and a villain at the same time and have a steamy affair with Mr. Compress before Eraserhead's improbable skills with Capture Scarf converted you to the light side. Lady Nagant, the phase that you didn't have my bad. Ms. Joke, who never had a weird phase that they don't want to talk about, throw a rock first. Crawler, I'd do it but it's unheroic to throw rocks at pro heroes so. Ms. Joke, stop being an outlier. Crawler, inhales. Maruko, I can throw it. Ms. Joke, do you want me to talk about Tiger Bunny, the undefeated illegal cage fighter? Maruko, joke's on you, I love talking about it. Ms. Joke, I was tricked, backstabbed and probably bamboozled. Ms. Joke, also wait AF second. Ms. Joke, is that the hero killer with a fake mustache? Knuckleduster, I broke his nose and he ended up amputating it for some F-ed-up manga plot tier character development bullshit reason. Knuckleduster, that teacher has a nose. Ms. Joke, oh right my bad. Maruko, looks tough and quite hot, NGL. Crawler, really? Lady Nagant, I mean she isn't wrong. Knuckleduster, Crawler, log out, you really shouldn't be here, it's the horny posting hour. Knuckleduster, again. Crawler, I am an adult and you're not my real dad. Knuckleduster, do you want me to talk with Popstep about your crush on her? User, Crawler, is offline. Ms. Joke, who goes first, ladies? User, Knuckleduster, is offline. User, Shishido, is offline. User, is offline. User, Eraserhead, is offline. Ms. Joke, oh crap I forgot he was here. Somewhere else, Stain feels vindicated about his beliefs, mocked by All for One, that a prosthetic nose and a fake mustache are all that he has to obtain in order to appear as a completely different person, because the latter will make everyone assume that it was the only disguise he has, making the former look like a genuine thing even more. Take that All for One. Somewhere else, Eraserhead begins to realize that the villain rehabilitation course is going to become his villain origin story. Because, yeah, he knew his wife's backstory, Eraserhead had his own phase, and no, he will not elaborate even in his mind, but the whole thirsting after actual hero killer? He's drawing the line here. Take that, Nedzu. Once the teachers are properly introduced, Nedzu takes the stage once more, in order to introduce another major point of the meeting. We have considered several options when the PR side of the initiative was involved. Nedzu announces. Eventually, we've decided that there is a single, perfect way of achieving public approval of the villain rehab coursers strive for heroics, while simultaneously making the public realize how important villain rehabilitation truly is. A map slides off from the ceiling. It's a map of Japan. Nedzu points to a small island next to the coast. This is the Isle of Kurusen. Nedzu announces. When the name is mentioned, All Might looks like he was having a PTSD flashback for a second. It was abandoned after a disastrous fight between an unknown hero and a villain, soon before All Might's famous retreat to America. All for One appears vaguely smug about it. All Might desires to punch him in the face. More than usual, and that's once again an achievement. Nana, currently resting in OFA, makes a vow to step up with the torture AFO into suicide plan for this. Elsewhere, Yoichi is suddenly overtaken with even more love for his muscular hero mommy girlfriend. Cementos and Powerloader have spent the last 3 weeks renovating the city to appear at least remotely like an actual, living city. Nedzu doesn't add, whenever they weren't busy fixing the mess caused by AFO escaping through the windows, though Yoichi was kind enough to limit the AFO freaking out scheme to outdoors for the time being. In 3 days, the city will host an extremely realistic wargame between the villain rehabilitation and heroics courses that will be publicly transmitted with appropriate commentary. Nedzu can feel the spiked interest of oh so many TV stations nationwide. They are all going to start killing each other over getting the rights to broadcast it to the world. So many murders money, Nedzu is really looking forward to this. As for the degree of realism, Nedzu smiles. I know that our sports festival is one of the most popular entertainments in the countries, despite, or I suspect, because it included a bunch of superpowered teenagers beating each other to near death in front of the cameras. We're going to double up on each. Curious coughs loudly. Necessary security measures this time around. Nedzu fluidly changes the course of the speech, thus allowing our students to fight it out to their hearts and minds' content. This message has been brought to you by the Hearts and Minds P. All for one and all might cough loudly simultaneously before starting to glare at each other over Nedzu. This time, the principal has no way of escaping out of the predicament in any even remotely smooth way. Political advertisements and blatant product placement aside, Nedzu replies, before trying to say something really fast to avoid being interrupted again. Also, this message has been brought by Raid Shadow Legend. This time curious, all for one and all might cough at once. Alright, back to the subject. And finally, all for one and all might think in unison. Then they both feel ill and neither of them know why. We have obtained assistance from a holder of a certain quirk. Nedzu replies. The holder of a certain quirk is still feeling quite ill over his sudden unity of thoughts with All Might and doesn't comment on that. It allows him to establish a connection with up to 100 people at once, who will be instantly warped away to the user's position when needed. It's an extremely potent quirk for assistance in combat training that we didn't obtain earlier due to its user living on the other side of the world. Namely in Poland. All for one adds helpfully. To be honest, obtaining such a quirk in exchange for one that forced people in your vicinity to repeat your name when you introduced yourself, and one that made people in your vicinity feel excruciating pain when unable to pronounce something was an extraordinarily good trade. Why did that janitor need them? All for one should probably check up on what he was doing nowadays, just in case. Then again, what's the worst thing that this guy could do with quirks like those? Rob a bank? Meanwhile, in Germany, you're surrounded. The police and heroes, including most of the Germany top 10, surrounding the bank stand ready while the highest-ranked police officer present at the scene speaks through a megaphone. Come out with your hands in the air. Jagors, someone shouts through a megaphone from the inside of the bank. Brzezisk Psychiewicz. As the pandemonium on the street starts, Jagors Brzezisk Psychiewicz, currently an SSS-rank villain in Germany, and yes, he didn't pick a villain name just to amuse himself with listening to the news anchors trying to pronounce his real name, runs out of the bank, money bags. He needs to pay his bills and finance his organization, right? In hands of both him and his two local accomplices whom he managed to teach the right pronunciation beforehand. His plan to cause a crime spree so powerful that the German government and economy wouldn't last, causing its collapse and eventual partition between its neighbors as a form of long-overdue revenge for the partitions of Poland, has proceeded by one step. Behind him, the bank's vault, and the goods that he couldn't take with him to finance his campaign of terror explodes. About 30 more banks before insurance costs for the bank vaults and lack of faith for the bank security will start the collapse of the German banking system. And through it, the German economy. Soon, the sun will never set over the Polish Empire. And the world will dread the name of Jagors Brzezisk Psychiewicz. Back to Japan. This, together with a certain form of short-term precognition quirk, because of course All for One has something like that. And a quirk that allows you to replace someone with an identical if unliving clone, because of course All for One has something like that, will allow us to create the ultimate wargame. Nedzu continues. In short, All for One takes over. The fighters will be allowed to use lethal force. If their attack would result in a kill, the target will be teleported elsewhere a second before it happens and replaced with a realistic dummy. They don't bleed. Nedzu announces. They also aren't a perfect replication of their original selves, resulting in no trauma to our students. Wow, how did he manage to take the no trauma at all from Ryo Inui's assessment of, it will probably F them all up for some time but we can totally fix them up if you hire some additional therapists? All for One will never know. As for the wargame itself, Nedzu continues his speech. We are going to start with 3 more or less staged engagements. each of them between a single villain rehab class and an assortment of hero trainees and retired police officers that were hired to act as the Kurusen police. For maximum realism. All for One can only wonder how much Nedzu is paying those guys. And how many will go OHFNO after the first day? Not a single one. Nedzu just kindly asked the current Commissioner General to let him borrow some trustworthy former police officers, both of them making a MLA salute over the coffee table while speaking of it. Each of the classes will form a different villainous organization, a fact that will influence the nature of their staged introductory engagements. Nedzu continued his speech. In the agreed order of appearance, Mr. Magic's Class 1M will be the Court of Numbers, a troupe of gentlemanly thieves not vastly different from the levelers, stealing goods without much bloodshed being their objective. Blade's Class 1N will be the Paranormal Liberation Front, a terrorist organization whose goal will be to cause maximum possible number of civilian casualties. Loud Cloud's Class 1L, in the meantime, will be the League of Villains, a villainous organization dedicated to eliminating as many heroes and police officers as they can. Oh boy, All for One is low-key terrified of what's going to happen. Those kids are going to give the heroes hell, and that would be alright, except it includes his kids. Let's be real, there is hell, and the abominable pits of darkest hell. His kids are no doubt going to strive for the third option, and that's what scares All for One a little. He is most certainly not afraid of being outmatched by his kids, who will then promptly become heroes, thus making his entire life feel sorta meaningless. The classes will be rated based on their performances. Nedzu continues. This includes the number of members that they lost, the number of incapacitated or killed heroes and civilians, and whether they achieved their stated goal for the day or not. Once the introductory engagements are concluded, the game will escalate into a more open free-for-all. And oh boy, if they don't expect HPSC to react by then and probably unleash a shitload of their sidekicks and trainees into the area just to prove to the world that, yeah, they can do their job. Ha 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 ha. HPSC doing their job, All for One finds the concept hilarious. At least he has enough self-control to not make it visible. This is supposed to simulate the dangers of a villain organization's initial attack. Nedzu continues. When their true firepower and skills are simply not yet known to the heroes. Naturally, once the students are moved to Kurusen, they'll be kept on an informatic lockdown and not assisted by their teachers when things like devising counters to the villains and their met quirks. What an odd change of words. What did Nedzu intend to say first? All for One is vaguely curious about it. Naturally, All for One decides to admit it and cuts in. The potential outside help, such as other schools volunteering to participate in the wargame during its later sessions, will be having access to at least some outside intel. This is an intentional disadvantage towards the villain rehab course. After all, heroes have access to the country's infrastructure, legions of quirk analysts and so on. It's something that villains lack. Besides, yeah, he kind of fails to see that deterring his kids from going on a rampage. So many years of trying to keep them contained, now this. It's like Yoichi 2.0, except there are now 3 of them. He shudders at the thought. On the inside, he has an image to uphold. On the other hand, you can also expect the faculty that possess a full image of the quirks and skills of the students involved. Nedzu continues. To not accompany each new arrival with a large exposition about them. You'll have to use your brains a little. Not like there are an awful lot of those in the country either way, Nedzu comments in his little rat brain. We'll also use another quirk to ensure that the footage of the battles will come out absolutely splendidly. Nedzu continues. I have no doubt that the battles to come will become legends. Coincidentally, if someone wants the rights to televise them in or outside of the country, they should call the following number and set up a meeting with me after their credentials are enough. All for One and All might groan in unison. At least it's not Raid Shadow Legends again, because then someone would die. Naturally, it makes them both feel ill again. Welcome, Japan. Present Mike yells into the microphone. Naturally, he is the one to take over the commentator booth for the first battle of the Great Kurusen Wargame. This is Present Mike speaking, the #1 commentator on everything worth commenting in this country and your guide for the day. Eraserhead shudders visibly. It's going to be yet another sports festival moment, isn't it? Except, at the very least, there are more of them. It's a very big commentator booth. Accompanying me are the following people. Present Mike continues his introduction. To my left is Mr. Magic, the homeroom teacher of the villain rehab class that we're going to see today. Any word from you, Magic Man? I do not want to, Mr. Compress replies with a sheet-eating grin on his face. Steal the spotlight from you yet, loud man? Yeah. Present Mike really likes the reply. Behind him is the Demon Lord himself, Hisashi Shigaraki, the UA Vice Principal and the man in charge of the entire villain rehabilitation course. Any words for the public, edgy man? Hisashi Shigaraki groans slightly, promises himself to steal Present Mike's quirk once the villain rehab sham is over, and then give him some mildly ironic quirk, like, let's say, the one that makes him able to make everything around him super quiet, and then leans over towards the microphone. Let the best one win, he announces. And it'll be the villains. The fact there were no rehabilitation course members after it doesn't escape anyone's attention. Oh well, the attention of anyone in the commentator booth. To my right is the mystery man, who totally isn't a certain very grumpy underground hero and the homeroom teacher of one of the hero course classes. Present Mike continues while glancing at Eraserhead, who promptly flips him the bird. Oh, right, he was brought here practically at Gump. Never mind. Hopefully, no one is going to call the police on them over that. Behind him is All Might himself, the symbol of peace in the flesh. Present Mike continues. As of a few weeks ago, a heroics teacher at our fabulous school. Anything to say to the public, muscle man? All Might leans over the microphone. That one thing is certain, he says with a straight face. Whoever wins today's battle, they'll grow up into splendid heroes. Then his eyes shift towards All for One, with a sheet-eating grin erupting on his face. Ouch, All for One really felt that one. Goddammit, is Yagi getting special lessons from Yoichi on how to PSS off the Demon Lord the most efficiently, or what? Because Hisashi doesn't remember that block being this sharp. And right behind me, our special guest. Present Mike announces. Yakumura Mera, from the Hero Public Safety Commission. Any words for us? Yakumura Mera would like to say something, but he is currently sandwiched between All Might and All for F1 and as a result, he is clearly too terrified to speak. Which, naturally, everyone in the room enjoys seeing. His presence there was a bit of a longer story. The HPSC needed someone to oversee this broken trash can of rotten matter currently on fire that the whole villain rehab course was shaping up to be. In a manner truly befitting a member of such an illustrious organization and a high-ranking government official, Yakumura Mera naturally volunteered for this. For the greater good of Japan, of course. A week ago. Please, don't send me there. Mera shouts maniacally as two paragons continue to drag him out of the room. I'll do everything you want, just don't do that to me. The HPSC president says nothing. Instead, she is busy cleaning up her shoes that Mera just tried to lick. Have some dignity, man. One of the paragons mumbles to Mera, who clearly doesn't have any dignity whatsoever, a fact that he proves by starting to list the things he's ready to do. He really meant everything, clearly enough. 3 days ago, Yakumura Mera's time on the UA grounds was a time of utmost horror. It was a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. All for One was there. And All for One enjoyed making himself known. Ever since his arrival, Mera just kept running into the Demon Lord. Everywhere. Literally, FNG, everywhere. Mera is painfully reminded of it when he opens a fridge just to see All for One under some self-miniaturization quirk staring at him from behind a bottle of ketchup. Naturally, he shuts the door close and starts screaming. 2 days ago. Oh, great. Mera realizes when he wakes up in the middle of the night, sweating bullets. Now he's having nightmares about that man. Okay, he and the rest of the HPSC already had nightmares about that man. Now he just has them every night. This is literally the worst. Also, it was weird. Seriously, A dream of All for One pursuing him through the UA building while beating him on the head with stuffed Nedzu? Weird. Somewhat terrifying but weird. Behind the door of Yakumaru Mera's temporary bedroom on the UA grounds, All for One chuckles menacingly while deactivating his control someone's dream quirk. That was a good workout. Sure, the contract he signed with Nedzu states that he can't use his quirks against a hero or anyone affiliated with the Japanese government. But there was a very important clause written right afterward. Without principles, agreement. Nedzu loved the idea of letting All for One torture Yakumaru Mera. All for One was about to think some variant of, it's nice to do to someone what Yoichi was doing for himself, for the sake of mental health, but that's when Yoichi's head pops up from the nearest trash can. It's a large trash can, but he still had to use his newly obtained shape-shifting abilities to fit in. And All for One almost fired an air cannon at him on reflex, which would lead to All for One dying due to a certain contract he signed. Isashi's conscious thoughts take over in time. The extended hand doesn't fire air cannon, and instead flips his younger brother the bird. Yoichi looks disappointed before his head slips back into the trash can. All for One was slowly getting used to Yoichi being alive once more. It's time for us to elaborate on the details of the mission that our little villain listeners will have to conduct today. Present Mike announces. The mission is as follows. The people watching the TV, so a big chunk of the Japanese population, are greeted by a picture of some nondescript skyscraper in Kurusan. This is their target. Present Mike announces. A skyscraper defended by police officers and a selection of hero trainees. At the highest level of it is hidden a bank vault, and in it, a precious jewel. If the little listeners from the Court of Numbers manage to steal it, the mission will be their victory. Their opponents, naturally, will win if they'll manage to stop the villains from achieving their objective. Ha, as if. All for One chuckles. The fact that Yoichi is forbidden from interrupting the broadcast with his shenanigans is giving him a brief moment of respite. Mostly because he has no idea what Yoichi is preparing for him for after the broadcast is over. All Might, who does know what Yoichi is preparing for him, does his best not to grin at him stupidly. The wargame starts now. Present Mike announces as the timer starts going down. The time limit for the operation is 2 hours. I assume that we have a while before something will start to happen, so let's describe the battlefield in detail. Mr. Compress and All for One start laughing at the same time. The former in a bit unhinged way, while the latter is in a much more restrained way. Did I miss a joke or something? Present Mike asks, blinking at them. Mr. Compress is busy laughing so hard that he is on the verge of falling off his chair, but All for One decides to have some mercy. The class president of Mr. Magic's class, and the head of the Court of Numbers, All for One announces. Is one of the trio of Mischief's children. Well, I'm not sure how to put it to be honest, but he used to be an anxious child. He had problems even speaking to people. The operative words being, All for One says, while the cameras suddenly switch to something happening at the verge of the operation area. Used to. There is the sea coastline there, an old harbor district of the Kurusan Isle capital. Except, in a heartbeat, a solid chunk of it was frozen solid. Before a massive dragon of ice, the eastern one, so with a long body, erupts from it and begins to fly quickly towards the skyscraper in question. Seconds later, the fireworks began to be fired from it, exploding in the air above the city. And several loudspeakers entombed in the ice began to blast Ride of the Valkyries to an almost deafening loudness. Please, tell me that this is a distraction. Eraserhead somehow manages to recover his ability to speak first. Distractions, Mr. Compress manages to control himself enough to answer. Are for those who aren't fabulous. And yes, that's a quote. The hero trainees and the police officers present in the skyscraper realized that they were tactically bamboozled almost immediately, although realization and reaction to that were two entirely different things. They expected a normal attack or an infiltration attempt. So, the majority of them were placed around the lower levels of the skyscraper, where the enemy could sneak in or enter through the window by taking advantage of the buildings surrounding it. They most certainly didn't expect 100 meters long ice dragon coiling around the skyscraper they were supposed to protect, unleashing villains onto the higher levels of the building. By jumping through the windows, with shards of ice tearing through solid chunks of said windows to prevent anyone from getting injured while doing the jumping. Within 30 seconds, all members of the 1M class were either already in the building or were about to enter it, all while the heroes were scrambling to reposition themselves. The goods they were supposed to protect were on the 30th floor. Most of them were between floors 1 and 5. The first thing that the attackers did after entering the building was to damage the elevators. Needless to say, the entire defense plan for the building was turned against the defenders themselves within 30 seconds from the onset of the assault. First of the major confrontations occurred on level 29. "Hello there, my dear heroes." Asa Midoriya shouts loudly and cheerfully while stepping onto the floor in question. He is wearing a variant of Mr. Compress's outfit. The only difference is the colors, shifted a bit more towards the stylish black and bold red, and the fact that the lower half of his face is exposed. Right behind him, another person steps onto the building. It's a rather voluptuous blonde girl, wearing a black Playboy bunny costume. For some reason, she is also carrying a small percussion set, while glaring at the few shocked trainees in front of her with a cold intensity. Despite her outfit, she is giving them some rather strong Ice Queen vibes. The subtitles visible to the viewers nationwide introduce them as Rabbit, Asa Midoriya, and Hypothermia, Soma Michiko. "Your attempts to hide from us were widely unsuccessful," Asa announces. "Because thanks to our shocking entrance, I see you." Hypothermia, still expressionless, does a loud Batum Tissus S on her percussion set. Psycho Intelli blinks at the attackers. Rabbit groans lightly. "Oh, come on people," he exclaims loudly. "I see you. Ice you. Why do I have to explain the puns to you? It ruins them." One of the heroes, UA second year, wakes up from the stupor enough to fire some projectile quirk at him. Rabbit dodges it by performing a rather artistic case of moonwalking away from its trajectory. "Okay, this is pointless and I'm being wasted on, well, almost all of you," Rabbit announces. "Hypothermia, my dear, please incapacitate everyone aside from that blinding beauty with long periwinkle hair and clothes, indicating that unlike her companions she actually has a fashion sense." There were 5 hero trainees in total in the room. 4 of them, so everyone aside from Psycho Intelli, were incapacitated almost instantly with a powerful blast of ice coming from the ice dragon outside of the building. They were left in movement-restricting ice cocoons. One of them, with a strength amplification quirk, promptly healed himself, only for his cocoon to be instantly reapplied. Except, this time he was pulled outside of a broken window and left hanging on a relatively thin thread of ice from the dragon, meaning that freeing himself again would result in a lethal freefall from about 97 meters. Knowing that you won't die is one thing, wanting to test that was another thing entirely. "Wow, what a blast of ice!" Present Mike announces to the audience when the heroes were incapacitated. "That's an extremely powerful ice quirk. The whole dragon is her work." "Yes, it is," Mr. Compress replies. "She is capable of turning water in her vicinity into ice and manipulating it. She can control a massive volume of it while still being capable of detailed manipulation." "And her background?" Present Mike asks. Because honestly, someone with such a powerful quirk being entirely unknown is a bit. "Ever heard of quirk marriages?" Mr. Compress asks. Present Mike nods. Hypothermia was apparently brought up by a fringe but a very old group of quirk supremacists, her quirk being a result of several generations of quirk marriages. Bitter shows. "Oh, if only Tuya lived to this day, we could," Endeavor mumbles to himself, and his family, save for Ray, gathered around a dinner table, watching the events while finishing their meal. Unfortunately, he was overheard. As a result, he is loudly slapped in the head with a rolled newspaper. "Father!" Fuyumi glares at him coldly. "No eugenics during family dinners." "But..." "Or I'll tell Mom." Endeavor surrenders unconditionally. Dabi sneezes loudly. He feels like he just missed something hilarious. He then returns to cremating some thugs alive for daring to badmouth the great arch-arsonist by suggesting that his D only gets hard when he is burning people because he is suffering from a small d syndrome and acute Urkel DSF and CTN. He is going to leave investigating how the hell did those thugs get access to his medical record for later. For now, their screams are music to his ears. And his little talkin'. That's my girl. Redestro cheers loudly before the screen, beating the heroes up on the television. I'm so proud of her. Skeptic glances at the side, where Geaton looks at Redestro quietly, before walking out of the room to cry again. He should probably consider mentioning something about it before Geaton tries to murder his sister to obtain her place in Redestro's heart. Oh well, that's for tomorrow to think about it. I don't know what you're planning to do to me, but I won't let you. Psycho Intelli shouts loudly, while raising her arms. I know Kung Fu and Tai Chi and some more Chinese words and... Rabbit closes the distance between them in a heartbeat, and grabs her hands. Psycho finds herself doing an involuntary pirouette before she is bent backward, Asa holding her tightly while towering over her, one of his hands holding her up from behind. Mademoiselle. Rabbit then says loudly, my magnificent troop of thieves came to this building to brazenly rob all the beautiful and valuable things that were hidden within. But what sort of gentlemanly thief would I be if I didn't notice that the most beautiful and valuable thing here was, in fact, you? Present Mike was just trying to say something when Rabbit delivered his line. As a result, his words were reduced to a loud, choking sound. Wow, that was smooth. Mr. Compress announces with a bright smile. Even for Asa. And it really brings back some memories. Eraserhead manages not to glare at him over that, but it was clearly a hard fight for the underground hero. What? Psycho manages to utter, a slight blush forming on her cheeks. This really wasn't what she expected to happen and, please my dear. Rabbit replies immediately. You think that a true connoisseur of beauty such as yours truly would have missed such a combination of beautiful face, divinely sculpted body, intelligence rarely found among our species and, last but not least, an exquisite taste in tea? There are billions of women out there, but only a handful get anywhere close to your level. God must have had a truly wonderful day when he created you, Miss Intelli. Psycho opens her mouth but immediately realizes that she has nothing to say. The furious blush erupting on her face tells Rabbit everything he needs to know. Alas, the cruel fate dictated us to be on opposing sides. Rabbit says. What's more, a person such as me simply cannot be chained to a single woman, not when there is so much beauty out there to discover and sample. But if you are ready for a forbidden love to bloom between a hero and a villain, and you are all right with sharing me with a few women who match your divine perfection, then remember that my arms, heart, and bedroom are always open for you. Psycho Intelli's head begins to resemble a hairy tomato. She also starts letting out some sounds, which can be summed up as a quiet wah-wah-wah. In the meantime, whatever happens, please do not forget that there is at least a single person out there who truly admires you. Rabbit continues, while using his spare hand to put a large red rose on her chest, before guiding one of her hands to it. And please do not pursue us. I've told Hypothermia to not attack you because seeing a beauty tarnished makes my heart bleed. But if you continue to fight us today, you'll leave us no choice. And even if we manage to steal the jewel that we came for, seeing another jewel mistreated would have made our victory taste sour. He pulls back, Psycho Intelli returning to the proper upright position, the rose remaining in her hand. Rabbit then takes a step back and does a very low bow. Alas, it is time for me to leave, my love. Rabbit announces. Because, he adds before snapping his fingers. The loudspeakers on the ice dragon beyond the broken window respond by temporarily changing the soundtrack. As a result, the incapacitated heroes are greeted to a much younger classic. The show must go on, an ancient person sings. Asa promptly walks past her, Hypothermia following him. Psycho Intelli stays in that position, clearly lost in thoughts, despite the heroes trapped in ice around her shouting at her to come and free them. Due to her face still resembling a matured tomato, the audience can more or less figure out what the contents of the thoughts she's lost in are. The villain leader incapacitates Psycho Intelli through a dastardly blow to her maiden's heart. Present Mike finally wakes up and comments on the spectacle in front of her. Also, wait, a few women? I get that he is smoother than a smoothed-out marble, but through some rather complicated set of circumstances and simple coincidences, Mr. Compress replies. Each of the 3 villain rehab classes have one of Mischief's children as their class president. Also, there are 9 more students in every class, 4 of which are in a romantic relationship with their class president. Present Mike blinks at him. Their sibling rivalry is a borderline harem war at this point, to be honest. Mr. Compress sighs. As you can imagine, hypothermia is a part of Asa Midoriya's harem. You'll soon meet the rest. And see what connects them all. All for One tries to look unmoved by the announcement in the background, while All Might gives him a solid, "What the hell are you teaching your kids?" look. For once, it really wasn't his fault. Redestro freezes for about 5 seconds after this announcement. Skeptic actually fears the worst, he just isn't sure what it will be, when Redestro suddenly reboots. My girl found herself a boyfriend. Rikia Yatsubashi waves his hands up in the air. I'm so happy for her. Also, Skeptic, remind me tomorrow to use the Deterat funds to flood the internet and the black market with Mischief's old merch. Seeing her kids like this is going to make the entire middle-aged generation start dreaming about her coming through their bedroom windows at night to steal their hearts. We can strike gold if we move fast. Skeptic is deeply happy about his boss finding a business opportunity in it. And no, he still has no idea what will be Redestro's reaction to discovering that his little girl, when compared to his girl, namely hypothermia, is a part of the harem war in question. Judging from Trumpet pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead in the background, Skeptic isn't the only person to fear what the future will bring. The second confrontation happened a few moments later, this time right in front of the bank vault that was the villain's target. 7 heroes were stationed in front of the bank vault, tasked with its defense. None of them were particularly important or interesting, like the rest of the UA second years. It was a running joke among the school members that they were cursed because, while the third years had some heavy hitters, like Sun Eater, Nijire-chan and Lemillion, and the first years had all the chaos of the villain rehab course, plus powerhouses like Shoto Todoroki, the second years had, well, nothing. Those 7 heroes, or, well, hero trainees to go by technicality, found themselves faced by 2 villains. One of them was a young woman in a t-shirt decorated with a motif of some recently popular video game, slightly baggy trousers, and a light combat vest over the former. She also had a pair of wolf-like ears and a tail. However, the heroes barely noticed her existence, something else dragging their attention away. The second villain was a gaunt man wearing a black bodysuit, covered with several disembodied, and very realistic, hands, the stare they could see through the fingers of his face mask promising nothing but death and destruction. It was, to speak of it simply, one of the most terrifying sights they ever saw. The sheer intimidation factor he was exuding was enough to make most men pause. That particular villain felt like death incarnate. Enough to make them actually freeze. Okay. Present Mike takes a deep breath. The sheer murder aura that the villain was emanating actually hit him even through the camera feed. Who the hell's that guy? He isn't even making any jokes about it. Oof, someone really got hit hard by it. That's Tenko Shimura, also known as Decay. Mr. Compress replies. Grandson of Nana Shimura, hero name Adamant. A bit too edgy of an aesthetic, but I didn't really have the heart to tell him that. And besides, it's good for intimidation. Yakuma Romera somehow shrinks twice as much as All Might stares at All for One over his head with a look that can only be summarized as, I'm going to slowly and brutally murder you and everyone you love. Which is very out of place on the symbol of peace's face. In my defense, All for One replies, completely unfazed and not loud enough for the microphones to pick it up. He is much less scary than his attire might suggest. You'll probably see it soon and... He then sighs loudly. Oh, of course, it's happening like that. Decay smiles widely and cheerfully, it's absolutely FING terrifying, the heroes decide, as he puts out a pair of cheerleaders' pom-poms, in a color perfectly aligned with the color of his companion's fur. Go on, Wu. He then says, that terrifying unsmile still on his face. I'll be cheering on you from here. His companion gives him a slightly toothy grin. Most of the heroes notice her existence right now and immediately decide that she's actually super cute. Before dashing towards the nearest hero, delivering a very nasty punch right into the man's solar plexus, immediately followed by an equally vicious uppercut punch into the jaw that makes that man black out instantly. The heroes barely have the time to start reacting to the attack before another one is taken down by a combo of a calf kick followed by a Wu grabbing his head and slamming it into her knee. They actually try to gang up on her, all while Decay is busy doing some sort of dance routine in the background. It's obvious that he has no actual talent towards it, but he's clearly doing his best. The third hero goes down, or kicking him between the legs, to a loud oof from men nationwide, before grabbing his head as he leans forward while trying to grab his family jewels and ascertain if they are still there, and slamming said head into the wall. A moment later, the fourth hero punches her in the gut. A Wu is practically sent flying into the wall at the end of the corridor. He is happy for about 5 seconds, before he realizes that Decay is now standing right next to him, his face maybe 15 centimeters away from the hero's face. Did you just? Decay then says, glaring at the hero with pure murder energy. Punch my girlfriend? Silence in the corridor. The remaining heroes are once again frozen solid with the sheer fright that Tenko Shimura was emanating almost naturally. And no. The fourth hero, press F to pay respects, replies. I mean it's a F fight, so it's normal, right? Did you just say, Decay says, squinting behind his mask made from something which might have been someone's hand. That punching my girlfriend is normal? F. All for one says dryly. F indeed. Mr. Compress agrees with him while nodding. All Might actually gives them a confused look. And no, the hero is clearly shrinking in horror. Spare me please, I have children. This actually makes Decay more confused than angry for a moment. A very brief moment. Wait, you have a child at your age? Decay blinks at the hero. Actually no, I just said it because it felt like it would give me a C chance to survive and, the hero says, suicidally honest on an instinct. When Decay's intimidation factor suddenly spiked up, he realized the mistake. No, I have a child. I totally have a child, just not yet born. I was trying to avoid saying it openly earlier because her parents don't like me and they don't know about the PR Dinsui. It's honestly a bit sad. But it summarized just how incredibly terrifying Decay right now was. Of course, it was merely because a Wu, the light of his life, his morality pet, his second half, his reason for existence, was fighting someone, and fighting meant danger, even with the whole recall before injury mechanism, right? Decay doesn't have the time to digest the news before a Wu announces her return to the battlefield by delivering an actual punch to the hero's family jewels, right before taking a step back to finish him with an elbow blow to the jaw, although the elbow was placed horizontally. Decay immediately relocates back and resumes his cheerleader routine as if nothing has happened. Awo, in the meantime, brutally dispatches the remaining heroes through a very nasty no-holds-barred MMA beatdown with a lot of forbidden moves being used, effectively and, somehow, non-lethally. She finishes the last one with a triangle choke, the man's head temporarily between her legs while the oxygen slowly stops reaching the man's brain. That actually makes Decay stop cheerleading for a moment. God! He sighs sadly. I wish that was me. Naturally, the microphones pick that up. Well, that was air. Present Mike blinks at the screen in shock. I think I'm at a loss for words here, for the first time in a while actually. Anyone can help me? An extravagant dance of brutality, cuteness, and feminine charms? Mr. Compress helpfully says from the side just as a Wu finishes strangling the last hero into unconsciousness with her thighs, the man still surrounded by his unconscious teammates whose takedown would make any legal match referees announce fouls. Also thighs to die for, judging from Shimura's reaction to what just happened. The man was clearly in his own world, although with his eyes on his girlfriend, it was clear who was in said world with him. Alright then, that tracks. Present Mike nods. So, what can you tell me about the newest idol of Japanese teenagers that considers carousal to be the highest form of arousal? Her name's Pseudo Sakai. Mr. Compress immediately replies. Runaway daughter of no one else than Beast, the infamous high warlord of the Inhuman Supremacy Party. Although it's hard to believe when they do that. On the screen, Awura ran back to her boyfriend to hug him, Decay taking down his face mask so that they could, well, not even kiss. Instead, they were booping each other's noses, with absolutely adorable and innocent smiles on their faces. Mr. Compress is so done with those people and their adorable, innocent dorkiness sprinkled with utmost bloodthirstiness and enough murder intent to make top heroes go, oh nope. All Might is still emanating hostility in the background, but the intensity has slightly declined. Beast's daughter? Present Mike seems to have issues imagining it. Wait, doesn't that mean that her mother, you know? Oh, apparently the whole infamy of the ISP is entirely overblown. Mr. Compress shrugs. Awa's mother was apparently the wife of the Onimura Pharma Corporation, SEO. The man in question is a very known anti-mutant racist which prompted Beast to air. Well, it was fully senseless and apparently a kind of pre-divorce FU towards the CEO in question. Her mother, regretfully, died a few years later, prompting Beast to pick his daughter up. Present Mike blinks at him in shock as Decay decays the wall of the bank vault before offering Awu to go inside first, as a gentleman would, but immediately stating that if she wants to, he is ready to get in, to act a living shield for potential traps so that she's not injured in any way. Apparently, that's the ISP official policy. Mr. Compress sighs. Very active on Tinder and similar pages, or so I heard. I guess the cucked racists didn't like it one bit and tried to save their reputation by claiming that the R word is involved. Villain Network. Hashtag 4dead heroes in chat room. Not Shotokan. Wait, what? Not Shotokan. Is he serious? Fernie. Course he's serious. Fernie for none. I've tried to tell you that it's not like that for years at the beginning of my career as the High Warlord, but you just kept treating me as a liar if I even tried to claim otherwise, and I was almost banned on several different occasions. Fernie for none. You Pavloved me into going along with it. Fernie for none. You think that All for One would work with me if R word was involved? That guy legit thought that making completely legal pornography was worse than blowing up a school. Not Shotokan. I don't know how to process that revelation. Naughty nun. Omg. Naughty nun. Wait. Naughty nun. Onimura-so's former wife was my FUNT. Naughty nun. You FMYF aunt and made her PR. Naughty nun. Your daughter is my cousin, so we're actually somewhat related if not by blood. Naughty nun. Omft Kahaku was actually into that the whole time. Naughty nun. That was like half of my villain origin story, you dipshit. Fernie for none. PFFFFFFFT. Fernie for none. And guess what, Beach? Fernie for none. I still have the recordings. Naughty nun. What? User Fernie for none is uploading a video file. Title: Benchpresser like Prismao.mp4. Length: 7 hours, 24 minutes. Upload progress: 1%. Fernie for none. Gigachat. Naughty nun. Don't you dare. Fernie for none. I have an entire folder titled Yoshihiro Kahaku 3. Fernie for none. Hottest and horniest MLF ever. Naughty nun. Fernie for none. Also. Fernie for Fernie for none. D. Fernie for none. Cation. Naughty nun. Vivi. Fernie for none. Fernie for none. BITCH. Okay, so ignoring the shocking revelations that I've just heard, Present Mike decides to do his best to ignore it for now. Like, seriously, what the F dash? It seems that the villains managed to capture the objective for the day. On the screen, Decay takes his sweet time putting the bejeweled necklace on Awa's neck, after saying, while blushing furiously of course, that it would look even better there as Awu is even prettier, so the necklace will look prettier by association. All while Awu too is blushing furiously. Good God, can they get any more blindingly pure? It appears that the heroes realize that as well. Present Mike decides to add. The heroes that used to be stationed around the building or on the lower level of it were rushing upward through the staircases, trying to stop the villains from successfully making their exit with the treasure. Good luck trying to stop them. All for One smiles wryly. We've barely showcased half of that particular class. The rest are really raring to go. And I don't think that any of the heroes taking part in today's exercise has a shot at fighting them. He is forced to eat his words a few seconds later when he uses a one-for-all power boost to jump up through the stairwell, skipping about 10 floors in a heartbeat, before bouncing off the wall and punching a rabbit girl, oddly resembling Miruko according to most of the viewers, through a door. He follows after her, completely ignoring the remaining villains defending the staircase. They are for other heroes to deal with. Well, that's FNG cheating. All for One grumbles. They get a better shot at the villain that N just engaged in combat a moment later. The woman, despite being punched through the door, immediately stands up, pulling a nasty-looking katana out of its sheath, glaring at the heroes with murderous delight. She is another woman from the Court of Numbers to wear a black bunny suit. The difference is that hers was clearly optimized to fit someone who already was a bunny, and one needing a good range of movement to fight in melee. The short, pompon-like tail is fully natural. So are the ears. The main part of the outfit is in the right shape, but it's clearly a bodysuit adhering to her body quite closely. There is a belt added to it, since the sheath has to hang off something. She really looks like a younger Miruko, except slightly paler and with black hair. Even the slightly murderous grin on her face once it became clear that she was about to have a good fight was very similar. She refuses to stand down in place, immediately lunging forward, trying to cut N in half with a vertical slash, with the hero retaliating by blasting her with smokescreen and jumping back. He realizes that it was a mistake and that she can track him with her hearing when she jumps after him through the smokescreen. N ends up flying backward following a successful kick, slamming into the wall at least 15 meters away from the smokescreen, almost at the end of the corridor. Rabbit Girl is right after him. She closes the distance in a heartbeat, her katana somehow missing from her hand, delivering a nasty roundhouse kick to the right side of his head. It would end the fight with almost any of the hero trainees. But it's N. He is a veteran hero. With more combat experience than the entire hero course combined, due to being in the thick of the war against All for One for most of his career. The palm left hand strengthened with One for All stops the kick. His right fist flies directly towards the rabbit girl's abdomen. It doesn't connect. He might be a veteran hero, but he is facing someone with an incredible combat instinct that's also much more flexible and agile than he can be. Through an awe-inspiring feat of dexterity, the girl jumps up on her one leg, grabbing the ceiling's support beam, the punch going under her, before kicking N in the face from that position. Or while trying. He dodges it to the side, the kick having enough strength to crack the wall behind him, the girl dashing back before he can retaliate again, having clearly decided that he has a clear advantage over her at that distance. She extends her hand, her katana flying out of the now dispersing smokescreen, the girl grabbing it easily. So, she says towards the still silent N, the look on her face that of absolute delight. Looks like it's going to be a fun fight. Try not to be a FNG disappointment after such a nice opening clash, or effing else. Villain Network. Hashtag morally ambiguous for greater good chat room. Crawler. She's Miruko? Gengarka? Yeah, it's kind of awkward after the talk. Crawler. More like the screaming session. Crawler. About Garaki being a piece of shit. Crawler. And making a thin copy of me. Crawler at Miruko, do you reconsider your refusal of motherhood? Knuckle Duster, you're suicidal to tag her right now, you know that? Crawler, shrug. Crawler, I fear no man. Crawler, aside from pop step when I do something dumb, but that's beside the point. Miruko, I have found it. Knuckle Duster, found what? Miruko, a mini-me. Miruko, a perfect mini-me. Miruko, I'm going to be the perfect mother for the perfect mini-me even if it means having to date Stain. Miruko, we're going to beat so many tough BSTRDS together. Miruko, it'll be glorious. User, Miruko, is offline. Crawler. Crawler, what just happened? Gangorka, I think that Miruko's maternal instinct just kicked in. Gangorka, with the same strength as all her kicks. Knuckle duster. Knuckle duster. I suddenly feel kinda bad about the villains of Japan. Okay, that's very Miruko. Present Mike admits as the rabbit girl begins to battle N on the screen. Does anyone care to elaborate? He is, at this point, way too confused to be constructive about things. Apparently the villain factory attempted to create vat-grown supervillains. Mr. Compress replies, by borrowing DNA of various top heroes and present supervillains. Spicier eugenics, in short. Only 2 candidates survived the process, so the project was scrapped. Rini Akaguro is one of them. Yeah, I think I can guess who the mother was. Present Mike admits. He kind of doesn't want to imagine Miruko's reaction to it. Who is her father? The hero killer Stain. Mr. Compress comments dryly. Truly a match made in Valhalla. Present Mike visibly shivers, just as Eraserhead sighs painfully. He would prefer to just take a nap, but no, someone has to unleash more and more existential horror on them. Goddammit, Compress. Okay, that's something. Present Mike officially waves a white flag. Judging from her outfit, does Asa? Yes. Mr. Compress cuts it shortly. Hot DMN kid. Present Mike nods with a thoughtful look on his face. Hot DMN. He doesn't say it. They're going out live, after all, and Miruko might be watching it. But, in his opinion, Asa Midoriya just became an absolute legend for generations, especially teenage ones, to come. He persuaded Miruko's daughter, who might be slightly more gifted in the assets department than her mother, although not by far, to make a black bunny suit into her hero outfit. All while being in a relationship with her and, apparently, 3 more women. The other one they saw thus far clearly was, looks-wise, of a similar category as Mini Miruko. And also wore a black bunny suit. Absolute legend. Following his slightly wild teenage years, Hisashi Yamada can only tip his metaphorical hat here, having discovered a vastly superior individual. So, you mentioned something that connects all members of that particular harem. Present Mike decides to return to something even remotely resembling logic in that talk. Is it women that could kick my butt and I'd say thank you? Mr. Compress chuckles. Oh no. He then says, Present Mike giving him a questioning look. You could say the same thing about literally every single girl from the villain rehab course, way too wide of a category. You'll find out the truth soon, once you see the rest of them. And attempts to punch Miruko, only for the girl to skillfully dodge the blow, and making a hole in the concrete wall, right before Rini gets a good kick into his side and sends him flying, although he immediately jumps back up. That's what makes Present Mike wake up again. Wait a moment. He says quickly, looking at Eraserhead in confusion. Ends from your class, right? It says here that his quirk is smokescreen, right? He adds as he points at the documents that he was provided with. They covered the hero course. The villain rehab was supposed to be introduced to the world differently. Yeah. Aizawa replies dryly. What about it? How the hell does being able to create a smokescreen allow you to punch through a concrete wall? Present Mike is suddenly sounding utterly exasperated. That makes absolutely no sense. He ignores the weird coughing sound from All Might, who suddenly looks away from him. He has questions, but not now. He achieves that by compressing the smokescreen-filled air and then rapidly decompressing it in front of his fists or legs. Eraserhead replies calmly. He sounds tired more than anything. That's how it works. Present Mike blinks at him. Shoyuta, that kind of sounds like total bullshit to me. Present Mike asks, covering the mic for a second. Air compression doesn't work like that. Quirks are bullshit, get over that. Eraserhead shrugs. Nedzu isn't paying him enough to care, it's something for quirk counselors to deal with. A moment later, the main group of heroes storming up the stairwell engages the remaining villains in combat. 4 villains were garrisoning the main staircase, the elevators being already sabotaged by someone. All 3 of them were cut off and, after a varied length of freefall, while completely empty, crashed into the ground floor. The heroes engaged them in combat a moment after N valiantly dashed through their positions before attacking the scariest-looking villain and pushing her away. It really wasn't hard to figure out who was the scariest one. After all, she looked like Miruko. It started as a shouting match. Are you winning heroes? A girl with bicolored hair and a lot of accessories, plus a colorful combat vest. Camouflage clearly wasn't an option there, yells down the stairwell, through a face mask acting as a voice amplifier. Several of the heroes in question actually trip on the stairs, their sense of balance thrown into chaos by the quirk that they were just hit with. Others have to grab the railings to avoid the same fate. This answers the unspoken question that Anne had while passing by, namely why the hell was everyone among the villains wearing headphones? They were noise-canceling headphones. Oh, he was a veteran. He assumed that the one not wearing headphones was the reason for that. It turned out that Rini Akaguro simply looked forward to enjoying fighting in the state of dizziness to make things more challenging. Miyuki Tagawa's headphones were the ones that weren't noise-canceling ones, and clearly fell for Rabbit's plot. Another fight starts. Present Mike announces loudly, completely ignoring the moral implications of being a voluntary commentator on a public event composed of very young adults hurting and injuring each other like it was the Hunger Games. And I already see something I like. Is that a fellow voice quirk user my eyes spy? Correct, but also an understatement. Mr. Compress helpfully replies. Her quirk makes every part of her body poisonous in a variety of ways. Chemical burns on skin contact, deadly neurotoxin in her nails, her breath is a knockout gas, and as we can see, her voice causes dizziness, nausea, headaches, and, sometimes, even hallucinations. Present Mike wheezes loudly. Yeah, that's a powerful quirk all right. And very, very useful in heroics. Which, similarly, makes it very useful in villainy. Unfortunately for the villains, it's not like they had a monopoly on competent people. It wasn't even about people like N, whose 2 decades of practical experience as a hero together with a partial OFA boost amounting to about 25% of the whole thing made him a comparatively broken character. No, other heroes also had something resembling a fighting spirit, and a lot of motivation to do their stuff thanks to Aizawa making it clear that if they fail in this exercise badly it might ruin their future. As a result, less than 5 seconds after Mr. Compress finishes his explanation of Miyuki Tagawa, villain hero named Toxicity, S quirk, she is suddenly blasted by an amplified sound wave from Kyoka Jiru. In order to let her fire up the stairwell with perfect trajectory, Mizo Shoji is holding her in the middle of said stairwell with his rather muscular hands, the man missing his ears so that he isn't as influenced by the sound waves. Kyoka Jiru is completely undaunted by her legs dangling over at least a dozen floor-high abyss. Mizo Shoji is looking up with eyes on the stalks to make sure to pull her back if someone above had a projectile quirk. The heroes manage to advance for a few steps each, Toxicity's quirk temporarily negated, but that's when things get hairy. A voice quirk user with a muscular boyfriend? Toxicity yells from above. Everyone was struck with dizziness again. Stop stealing my shtick. A voice wave blasts back, clearing the malignant influences of her quirk, allowing heroes to once again try to rush up the stairs. He's not my boyfriend. Jiru yells back. Shoji, due to a terminal lack of ears, has no idea what's happening at all. He dutifully continues to hold her up in the air while being on guard for a potential attack from above. I didn't steal sheet. Oh really? Toxicity yells back. Naturally, everyone in the stairwell is dizzy and nauseous once again. And that massive mountain of muscles just randomly agreed to hold you like that and be incredibly gentle and wholesome about it. I'm supposed to believe it. A blast back. Everyone in the stairwell starts being really tired of it. Just how insecure do you have to be? Jiru shouts back. I'm not insecure. Toxicity yells back. A voice quirk user with aesthetics based on modern music bands and with a gentle giant of a boyfriend was a perfect aesthetic for a hero career. And you just stole it from me. He is not my goddamn boyfriend. Jiru yells back after clearing the residue of her yet another attack. And she actually glances at Shoji for a 2 or 3 seconds, Tentacle giving her a questioning look. But then she looks back at Toxicity. And I certainly don't have a thing for gentle giants for whom I can sing and play instruments while knowing that each and every word of their praise is actually something I truly earned because they are too kind to lie. That was way too specific and you're blushing right now, you beach. Toxicity yells back. Well, your students are very, present. Mike tries to find a way to summarize the mess that they were all seeing. In detention. Eraserhead comments dryly. They are very in detention for being utterly illogical in the middle of a fight. Do you want to talk about your face? Present Mike decides to ask because honestly, it feels a bit too strict. Do you want to be found dead with a clarinet up your nostril? Eraserhead asks even more dryly. You know what, fine. Present Mike shrugs. That's when the situation at the stairwell changes rapidly. There were 2 former OFA holders present during the first battle. The other one was Hikage Shinomori, the man who realized the dream of generations of teenagers by weaponizing anxiety. Right now, seeing as toxicity has clearly halted the heroic march upward, he decided to finally make a move. He reaches the villain level with a few quick jumps and attempts to punch toxicity in the face. The operative word being attempts. Instead of knocking the villain out, his fist ends up hitting a wall of muscles that was standing right next to her and promptly shoved toxicity away from harm's way. Despite being hit by a 25% OFA punch, the man doesn't appear to have noticed it. He also immediately grabs Hikage by the neck, although surprisingly gently. Hikage finds himself dangling over the abyss, facing possibly the largest man he ever saw. In his defense, he never saw AFO in life, instead hiding in the woods the whole time he had that quirk. Somehow, the hold is so gentle that it didn't trigger the danger sense. Although for some reason the quirk was now screaming at its holder. Mistakes were made. Shinomori admits. Despite staring death itself into the eyes, he is incredibly calm. Could we, try to talk it out? Right. That man is wearing noise-canceling earphones. 3 seconds later, Hikage Shinomori gets to witness a game of whack-a-mole from the perspective of a mole, the man's fist hitting the top of his head and sending him flying down. So? Present Mike asks, glancing at Mr. Compress. Takei Ryu, Ikei Juggernaut. Mr. Compress replies. Recoil negation quirk. It negates the reaction to his own movements, meaning that for example he can punch a concrete wall for hours and with his entire strength without injuries or pain. On its own it's not that much, but his quirk reads him being punched or receiving other physical trauma as a recoil of his own movement for as long as he moves in the direction of them when the hit connects, and promptly negates them. Present Mike wheezes again. That was a surprisingly potent application of such quirk, enough to stop a punch as powerful as, wait a second. Eraserhead? Present Mike asks. On the screen, Shinomori stops his free fall by grabbing a railing from the wrong side of it, before jumping up again, climbing the stairway up in a few jumps before clearly trying to figure Juggernaut's quirk out with numerous jabs and kicks, all while keeping toxicity too occupied to shout so that the heroes could advance uninterrupted. Shinomori's file says that his quirk is Danger Sense. Yes, what about it? Eraserhead asks dryly. How the hell does the ability to foresee attacks let you do at least a 10-meter wide vertical jump? Present Mike asks incredulously. And from such a position as. He did that? He literally did the jump while hanging off a railing. His quirk gives him anxiety so powerful that he manages to harness its power to unlock the so-called hysterical strength, allowing him to perform superhuman feats of strength, speed, and durability. Eraserhead replies. Mike blinks at him a few times, before deciding to answer that. He covers the mic for that. Show Yuta, that's even more bullshit than the smokescreen one. Present Mike finally says. Once again, All Might makes weird noises in the background. There is no way that there is a court counselor out there that's dumb enough to think this could pass. All for one, with a look of utmost delight, stares at All Might over Mara's head. All Might stare back, undaunted. Quirks are bullshit. Eraserhead shrugs. Get over it. Present Mike should really stop caring about the individual circumstances of the students. It's as if they and their well-being were actually important to him. As Hikage Shinomori continued to battle toxicity and Juggernaut at one level of the stairwell, the remaining two villains quickly descended a few levels, just to be in a position to intercept the heroes before they could support Shinomori. Ashido Mina, to her eternal disappointment and long-term trauma that would need years of therapy to fully vanish, was leading the group. She encountered another villain wearing a bunny suit today, an absolutely voluptuous brown-haired woman with probably the biggest and yet shapely BRSTS that Ashido Mina ever saw in her life. She covered herself with her acid, expecting some sort of an attack. Instead, the woman lunged forward and gave her a hug. Ashido Mina, as a result, saw her face dissolve up close. Up very close, resulting in a horrifying shriek. She barely had the time to realize what was happening before the half-dissolved corpse in front of her punched the daylights out of her. Oh. Present Mike gulps loudly. I think that it's pretty great that Hound Dog was allowed to hire 20 assistants, because I could feel that Quirk-related trauma from here. I really hope she'll be alright. If she can't stomach accidentally dissolving someone in her acid and seeing their slow and agonizing death up close, Eraserhead replies dryly. I don't think she has what it takes to become a pro-hero. Several seconds of awkward silence in the commentator's booth. Eventually, All for One leans over Eraserhead behind Present Mix back. I feel like a hypocrite for asking that question, the Demon Lord says. But who hurt you? Life did. Eraserhead replies. All for One actually feels vaguely uncomfortable with the answer. On the screen, the melted-down girl regrows her face and most of the front of her body. Even her clothes grow back, which probably saves a lot of heroes in front of her from seeing way too much. She also engages them in combat, flanked by someone wearing a black and white version of Mr. Compress's villain uniform. She acts as a shield, while he vanishes and reappears at random, touching the heroes she left exposed to him with what looks like a glove with a built-in taser. So, completely ignoring a lifetime trauma we've just seen happen to a person that we, as teachers, were actually legally responsible for, Present Mike decides to start the subject again. We have two more members of the villain rehab course. What can you tell us about them? The main trauma dispenser's true name is Sadako. Mr. Compress replies. Aka Immortal. Her quirk is called hyperregeneration, and well, you can infer what it does from what you've already seen. Her uniform has been sewn from her own hair, which means that it regenerates too, for as long as it was damaged while on her and when she, too, was damaged at the same time. That's certainly useful to avoid combat striptease, a common issue with regeneration quirks. Present Mike nods thoughtfully. Speaking off, can I infer from her outfit that? Yes. Mr. Compress cuts in. Hot DMN. Present Mike nods once more, but this time with an expression of utmost respect. Hot DMN kid. Asa Midoriya is truly something else. All of Mischief's children are something else. Mr. Compress replies. Which probably isn't surprising, considering what sort of SEC icon that woman was during her career. I can't even say that it was in her prime, because it's rather clear to everyone that she aged like a fine wine. All for One clears his throat loudly in the background. Mr. Compress suddenly gets to see his whole life flashing before his eyes. He forgot her husband was there, so, a big oof moment. Let's ignore it completely and focus on something else. Anyway, the other villain rehab student is Nan, also Miyako Seiko. Mr. Compress quickly adds. Son of an infamous and oh-so-handsome gentlemanly thief that I'm certain is everyone's favorite supervillain. I'm sure that he is watching this right now, and I'm absolutely certain that Daddy's super proud of his little villain's achievements. Sure he is. Present Mike groans. And while the battle is ongoing and seems to be pretty balanced, maybe a quick peek at what the other villains are doing. Don't worry folks, you won't miss a second from the fights. We'll jump back to where we left it once we're done with our little trip. The look on the screen changes. It's a Wu and Decay. Facing each other, clearly waiting for pickup and retreat from the building. The necklace is still on her neck. They are holding hands, Tenko wearing artist gloves to avoid accidentally decaying something. Why you look pretty W with the N necklace? Decay says, his voice stuttering a little. Then he freaks out a little. No, I mean you always look pretty. The most pretty, you just look most pretty even prettier now. Awo blushes while looking down a little. Thank you, Tenshon. She replies. I heard why you cheer for me and I see could go plus ultra on the fight thanks to you. Thank you. The murder machine in front of her develops a blush to equal her own in that instant. Good God. Mr. Compress groans while pinching the bridge of his nose. Just kiss already, damn it. Present Mike can't agree more. He switches the camera feed to Rabbit in order to give the lovebirds some much-needed privacy. It's all going according to my evil plan, Asa says loudly, before cackling evilly. The whole terror factor is severely weakened by the fact that he was sitting on Hypothermia's lap, the woman busy head patting him with a faint smile on her face. Hot diamond kid. Present Mike shakes his head again. Is another gorgeous woman with him in the room, the final missing member of the class. Long blonde hair, another black bunny outfit. A body built at least to equal Momo Yaoyorozu. Heroes are trying and failing to fight through our ranks. Asa continues to gloat. All for one feels a surge of paternal love. Soon we'll retreat safely, with our objective in hand and no casualties whatsoever. And you know what that means? It means that I'll be a step closer to defeating my brother and proving to him that I was right. That my way of life is intrinsically superior to his own. That he is nothing more than a heathen and a natural-born villain. Does he mean like that thieves are better villains or? Present Mike asks in confusion, as Mr. Compress groans loudly. It's this again. The supervillain then adds, looking thoroughly tired. Present Mike gives him a confused look. Wait for it. He didn't have to wait for it for long. I will prove to the world that Izuku is wrong. Asa shouts, Hypothermia continuing to headpat him the whole time. I will prove to the world that big-breasted girls are the best. Oh. Present Mike blinks. So that's the running theme of his harem. In the second row of the commentator booth, all for one groans painfully, before shrinking a little under the combined gazes of All Might and Yakumaru Mera. Yeah, way to show the world the imperfections of his parenting. Because think about it. Asa continues to speak, an intensity of a mad prophet in his eyes. BRSTS are upfront. They are by their very definition a thing of honesty and common decency. Why you ask? Because to see them you have to actually face someone. More than that, when you see their magnificent roundness you also get to see someone's face. And there is so much sheer beauty in the females' faces for you to gaze upon. He spreads his arms as if trying to hug someone invisible. And there is more. He shouts. Yes, Hypothermia is still head-patting him, clearly used to his rants. Very few girls have issues when you gaze upon their faces. It's a sign of a wholesome compliment, of being enchanted with one's beauty. And BRSs are right next to it, meaning that they are adjacent to wholesomeness. But beauts? Asses are intrinsically lewd. Well, that's a lot of words being said. Present Mike comments before laughing nervously. There is nothing wholesome in staring at one's butt. Rabbit shouts again. There is no face to look at least from time to time. The butt is behind you, meaning that to stare at it is to act like a predator sneaking upon its prey. It's immoral. It's villainous. And there are so many things you could do with BRSTS. Caress them, fondle them, squeeze them, SEK on them, freaking motorboat them. Just what sort of perverted degenerate one has to be to think that beauts are in any way better than BRSS? How could I be a sibling of such a sicko as Izuku? What else do I have to do to prove him that I'm objectively right about? Wait, what are you doing? Oh, well, I lost a bet with Sakin. The not yet introduced member of the harem replies, her act of handing some banknotes to Hypothermia interrupted. I bet that you wouldn't talk about BRTS the whole exercise, that's all. Rabbit gasps loudly. He looks actually horrified now. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mieko. He quickly says. I didn't know that. I'm going to give you the money back. I can't have you. No, it's all right. Mieko replies. It's just pocket money either way. How's preparing the next step of the plan going? Someone's clearly trying to change the subject. Oh, I have everything planned for the day. Rabbit replies. We could exit right now, but I'm just letting Rini let out some steam, since she's clearly enjoying the fight a lot. I'm currently already thinking about the next exercise. Well, Mieko scratches her chin thoughtfully. If my knowledge is anything to go by, the second exercise of this nature should include a lot of horribly unnecessary ships used as supposed psychological warfare, which even to me appears completely dumb, and generally ruin the whole brand to the ground while ending it with a really poor plot twist implying that none of it will ever be remembered by the participants, meaning that the whole sequel was completely unneeded even from the point of view of the characters starring in it. Rabbit groans painfully. You have to stop reading my Villain Academia fanfics, Mieko. He then says, as authoritatively as someone being head-patted can be. They are turning your brain to mush. And most of it is angsty garbage or power fantasies that somehow tend to coincide with the main character being quirkless, which painfully reminds me of my goddamn brother. Except he at least has an explanation for his apparent opness, which can't be said about the protagonists of said fanfics that somehow tend to cause more damage to heroes or villains than the rest of the cast combined and sometimes even end up battling the main antagonist or that all might stand in like equals, for no logical reason. Hey, it's not that bad. Mieko replies quickly. Some fanfics are rather sweet. Like that one when the protagonist and his love interest are hit by an individuality that makes them think they are married, and they are allowed to have SXL relationships despite being technical minors, meaning that the faculty and, especially, the principal are permitting dubiously SEC between their students on the basis of, they had a crush on each other, am I right? Rabbit replies dryly. I sincerely hope that the last chapter is the individuality vanishing and those two severing their friendships with their piece of chic classmates while suing the school to oblivion. Mieko blinks at him. Wait, you're reading it? She then asks, clearly having issues with wrapping her head around it. Of course I'm reading it, Mieko. Rabbit replies loudly. It's your main hobby at the moment and I'm your boyfriend. Naturally, I require at least a passing knowledge about your main interests so that whenever you're bored or lonely I can be there for you, at a moment's notice. I'm doing the exact same thing for all of my girlfriends. If I wasn't ready to do something like that, it'd be a clear sign that I might be in a relationship with your BRSS more than with you, and that would make me a horrible human being. I might not have slept more than 2 hours a night ever since I confessed to you all, but it's definitely a small price to pay to make you as happy as possible. So you learned knitting just because Immortal likes it and you wanted to be able to knit with her when she wanted to indulge in her hobby, but also spend her time with you. Hypothermia wakes up for a moment. Rabbit nods. And as for me, did you? Yes. Rabbit cuts in. Oh. Hypothermia blushes and shrinks a little. Well, that's awkward. Naturally, neither of them elaborate. Ah yes. Present Mike nods with a deadpan expression to match Eraserhead. Chad Asa casually setting the bar in relationships so high that no one without the ability to avoid sleep almost entirely can hope to reach it. Well, at least he is clearly happy. Mr. Compress comments dryly. On the screen, Mieko decides to hug Rabbit, still on Hypothermia's lap, from the front. Rabbit clearly loves the resulting rabbit sandwich. And so are they. Right. Present Mike decides to return to something even remotely normal. So, the last member of the Court of Numbers? Mieko Ito. Mr. Compress replies. Goes by Twilight, runaway daughter of Eclipse, the head of the Quirkless Liberation Front. Inherited her quirk. Present Mike glances at him questioningly. Yes, including the warp component of it. Tisk ouch. Present Mike comments. This isn't going to end up nicely for the heroes.